Going on, everyone? John Matrix here. Hope you're all having yourselves a wonderful day wherever you're at, whenever you're watching this. So we are at the final video here in the Cactus verse. We're going to be wrapping it up today. It's another pretty long one though. It's about the same length as the Ouroboros cycle, so we're going to have another potential, 4 or 5, maybe 6 hour long video here. So strap yourselves in, get yourself some snackies, some drinks, etc. And we're gonna hop into this here. This is SCP-6765, the demon Ogier in the bleeding throne of Malidraug. Malidraug, something like that. I'll find out when he actually pronounces it correctly, so I don't butcher it. But anyway, so yeah, we're starting off with part 1, and then we'll get into part 2 later, and I'll just cut them together as one video and upload it for you guys. But as always, links will be down below in the description to the original video without my commentary and reaction, and to the Exploring Series channel. Please do me a favor, if you enjoy these videos, go down there, give them a like, and if you enjoy the Exploring Series content, please do me the favor, if you're not already subscribed to him, go over to his channel, click the link down below, and give the man a sub. He definitely deserves it. Makes a lot of great content for the SCP universe as well as other universes, so he definitely deserves the love. Puts a lot of hard work into his YouTube channel. If you would like to join us when I do these reactions live, we'd love to have you guys come in and hang out, put in your 2 cents, join the discussions that we have. There is a join button underneath the video, as well as a link in the description to the YouTube membership tiers and benefits that I offer. You can get early access to videos, you can get priority in any kind of requests you might have for me to do reactions. There's a sub Discord channel, etc. So if any of all that has any interest for you, take a look at the benefits and see if you decide you want to take your support for the channel to the next level. With all that said, we're just going to jump into it here. So again, this is SCP-6765, the demon Ogier in the bleeding throne of Malidraug.
SCP-6765, the demon Ogier and the bleeding throne of Malidraug. Part 1.
Draug.
When most people think of the SCP universe, they think of a shadowy organization operating in the modern day, hiding away statues that snap necks and homicidal reptilians. While there's nothing inaccurate about this, that's only looking at an anomalous universe through a keyhole. This is a universe filled with hundreds of thousands of years of history, and that history is just as wild, if not more so, than the present. While there's differing looks at this sort of ancient history, one of the most notable takes on it is part of the Project Paragon canon, also known as the Cactus verse.
Okay.
This canon takes an approach to those ancient days that combines elements of things like Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Warhammer.
Yep.
And
I very much have said how much the story of this is, it just feels so very much Dark Souls. The whole, the taking of the creating of the crown and it corrupting the first man, and then his children warring against them to try to take it, and then that crown eventually being passed down to the first mortal men, it kind of corrupting them as well, them warring, getting cursed, the knights getting cursed, turning into demons, etc. It's all very Dark Souls, and I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
And also brings that history into the modern day. It's an expanding canon, and I'd highly recommend either reading the other elements of Project Paragon before this, or watching my other videos on the Cactus verse.
Done it.
I'll explain some things as we go, though, but this is certainly not meant to be an introduction to the material. With that, let's begin.
Let's get it. Let's get this bread.
The document begins with a directive sent by 051 to Director Shannon Lancaster, the head of Project Paragon.
So, in this universe currently at this time, is 051 Clive? I can't remember now. I'm having a brain fart. The guy at the end of the Ouroboros cycle who took the place of the other dude. It's early, I'm still waking up, so my brain isn't quite active yet. So, but yeah, that's, I guess, the question I would have is currently in this timeline progress now, the main character who went through the Ouroboros cycle and killed everyone in the SCP Foundation and then took their place is C051 now in this current story.
Project Paragon is the main focus of the Foundation's Department of Anti-deluvian Research, which is devoted to handling anomalies from this specific period of history.
Right.
051 congratulates Lancaster for her and her team's handling of SCP-6666, the Demon Hector and the Dread Titania, located underneath the Amazon.
Yep. That was a hell of a story.
SCP-2254, the Demon Lahire, SCP-4840, the Flying City of Autopapadopolis and the Demon Lancelot, and SCP-4812, the Three Great Profanities and the Fairy Princess are all going to be under Lancaster's purview.
That's a lot.
He's also trying to get SCP-2932 under Paragon as well, the prison created by the Children of the Night, SCP-1000, that is powered by the heart of the fairy goddess Titania. 051 says that there are certain groups of interest who have been following their actions here very closely, and although their disinformation teams have been working hard to mitigate their advances, they have reason to believe that there may be some who are actively attempting to undermine their efforts. That means there will be an increased security presence across all the locations within Paragon's jurisdiction going forward. He then signs the message as 051, along with his real name, Calvin Lucian.
Yep. Okay. Well, I was right. Calvin. That's what I thought. Okay. Answers my question.
The reveal that the 051 of this canon is the same as the primary character and eventual 051 in the Ouroboros cycle is not entirely unexpected, but it is quite interesting.
I gotta say though, that's a lot to have one person deal with, like you're just the prison and the Night Children alone, and that whole situation would be a lot for someone to have to kind of like probably deal with and watch. But then you're talking about everything as well, Autopapadopolis and the three other knights that have been corrupted. I mean, Hector's down in the prison and is kind of self-contained and is containing the Children of the Night as well. So they're kind of, they're not quite so worrisome as the others, but seems like that's a lot of purview for like one group, one organization,
Get to a whole explanation as to why it's interesting at the end of the document, however. SCP-6765 is the group designation for a structure complex of antediluvian origin located beneath a lake in China, and several anomalous entities and artifacts contained therein. The complex, which is estimated to be over 552,000 cubic meters in volume, comprises three primary areas. The first is the atrium, accessible through a small cave network, the entrance of which is located at an outcrop into the lake. The atrium is the uppermost section of the complex, and has been mostly emptied of its original contents over the many years since the complex's lower areas were sealed. It's believed now that the atrium is the highest point of what was once a spiraling tower, essentially an attic, before the entire complex came to rest at its current position. The second main area is the throne room, located beneath the atrium down a series of staircases and behind a previously sealed doorway.
Interesting.
This chamber is roughly 27 meters wide and 49 meters long, with a domed ceiling 11 meters high. It contains 4 other anomalies, which we'll get to, and much of the floor in this chamber has fallen away over time, exposing the third primary area underneath. This area is the reservoir, which comprises most of the remainder of the complex. It's named for its primary function within the complex, as it's filled with a significant volume of human blood.
Yummy.
The full extent of its size is not exactly known, but initial estimations and info pointed to it containing over 790 million liters of blood, while later information points to this number being underestimated by more than 50%.
So I wonder, just off of stuff that I already know, was this place at one point in time like occupied by the Davites? Because they were very much into blood magic, sorceries, and necromancy stuff. So like that's the only thing that really kind of comes to mind right now. Was at one point in time, was this some kind of stronghold or place that the Davites controlled, ruled, did a lot of their stuff from?
A number of metallic pipelines extended down into the reservoir for the purpose of circulating blood into the extensive machine located at the center of the throne room. This machine is the throne of SCP-6765 and consists of an intricately carved stone seat with a high back. Built into it are 9 rigid metal tubes, each of which end in a long silver syringe. The tubes are positioned in order to allow them to be pushed out of the way when not in use, and then moved back into place when a subject is seated on the throne. The syringes are situated in such a way as to be inserted into a human body in 9 different locations, including various arteries and multiple parts of the heart.
So I'm wondering, like, is this used to like drain the person that's on the throne, or is this used as like a blood transfusion thing to empower whoever's on the throne?
And it's believed that the purpose of this mechanism is to fully bypass the heart of an individual seated upon the throne, and allow the machine to push blood from the reservoir through the body.
Almost sounds Warhammer 40k Golden Throne-ish, like if a corpse, I don't know if corpse is the right word or not, but a being entity or whatever was, had a ailing body, they could be put on there, and it could be like a life support system to keep them alive longer.
The throne is located on an isolated platform in the center of the chamber, accessible only from the back on a single narrow walkway. This platform rests on 6 large pillars that extend down into the reservoir below.
That is a big ass
and
face,
immediately
brother.
underneath the platform is a large mechanical construct resembling a stylized 5-chambered heart.
Is this literally like aliens artwork, or are these alien egg sacs and this is like a druid? Are we like D&D aliens right now?
Constructed primarily out of thin sheets of hammered gold and copper between hardened iron rods. This machine functions by pulling blood out of the individual seated upon the throne and replacing it with blood pulled from the reservoir, also serving as a way to filter the blood of contaminants before it is brought into the pumping apparatus. The exact mechanical and thaumaturgical means by which the throne accomplishes its intended design are not yet fully understood.
Definitely sounds very Davite-ish.
Currently seated upon the throne is an extremely emaciated yet still living humanoid entity. Radiographic imaging of this individual confirms that the machine is bypassing their heart entirely and is still pushing blood through their body.
Interesting.
While the individual does occasionally take shallow breaths, much of the remainder of their internal biology has ceased functioning. They no longer consume food or water, resulting in the total atrophy of their digestive system. Despite the near-total collapse of many of their biological processes, though, the individual is believed to have a mostly functioning nervous system. Brain scans show no unusual activity and have confirmed that while they are not fully responsive to outside stimuli, this is because they are in fact asleep, and not a sign of nervous system failure.
So they're... So that means... I would assume that means this individual has been asleep for a long time. Are they stuck in a dream? Are they in a coma? Were they, injured or became ill, and so this apparatus was created to keep them alive? Like, it seems like this individual was someone of significance, obviously, to go through this process. Or, that's assuming that other people created it for them, like they were some kind of king or ruler, but perhaps, again, this could be some kind of, like, Davite wizard that, created all this. I don't know.
Another entity located in the throne room is an instance of SCP-1000, also known as Children of the Night, or Bigfoot. This individual has yellow-green eyes, is roughly 3.7 meters in height.
I kind of, because the Children of the Night only communicate through like dreams. That was also one of my initial thoughts, was that somehow it's connected to that, but there wasn't anything brought up beforehand, but now there is, so that's interesting.
Height, weighs 337 kilograms, and is covered head to toe. This individual has yellow-green eyes, is roughly 3.7 meters in height, weighs 337 kilograms, and is covered head to toe in thick, dark hair. He is not hostile and displays advanced cognitive characteristics, identifying himself as Javert.
So he can actually communicate without having to do so through dreams. That's pretty interesting. And he's not hostile. That indicates that they can be, you know, I guess taught. They don't have to be, because from what I gleaned, or I guess my interpretation of what happened to them from the last video, the Dread Prison of Titania, is it like they were wished into existence by the fairies hated them, and the fairies didn't give them any kind of guidance. They didn't give them any kind of moral compass, let them know what's right, wrong, etc., etc. So they were stuck alone in the darkness with no guidance, and so they essentially have the comprehension of like toddlers, children. They're these, you know, massive creatures that are very physically strong and imposing. They're very fast, very physically capable, more so than, you know, normal humans and fairies would be. So they don't understand that a lot of the stuff they do is, I guess, morally wrong, you know? So they're just like down there tearing people apart and like giving them to essentially their goddess, who is the only thing that ever paid attention to them, I guess, kind of a situation. So this then shows that they can, I guess, break through that and become, I don't know, more civilized, if that's the proper word.
Javert is incapable of direct speech, however, instead communicating either through use of American Sign Language, which he has recently learned after several sessions with a Foundation doctor, or by communicating with people that are asleep or otherwise dreaming.
Okay.
In this state, Javert is capable of communicating with individuals in their preferred language, though participants admit that much more of the communication is processed through sensory inputs instead of verbal dialogue. Prior to the arrival of Foundation researchers, Javert lived in the atrium of the complex, where he had assembled a small kitchen, grooming area, and sleeping mat composed of many different discarded articles of clothing, blankets, pillows, and raw cloth that he had recovered from passing caravans. Additionally, he's in possession of several radios, most of which are no longer functional, but several which have long exceeded their manufacturer's expected lifetime, seemingly due to tinkering on Javert's part.
Oh, so he's intelligent.
He has since moved his accommodations into the southeastern corner of the throne room, where he has continued his daily ritual of maintaining the throne itself, as well as caring for both the individual seated on the throne and the other entity in the room.
So he's become the caretaker of this place, the person, like you said, on the throne and the actual throne itself. So interesting. And being that the person is asleep, I would assume that also means that he would be able to communicate with them whenever he needs to.
This other entity is vaguely humanoid, in a state of arrested metamorphosis, and its body is composed of two distinct elements. One is a larger mass that is believed to be the intended post-morph, and a smaller human body that is the pre-morph. The larger mass consists of a misshapen torso, with 6 twisted and malformed arms, 2 limp and seemingly paralyzed legs, and a head with no mouth, no ears, no nose, and 6 eyes in 2 vertical stacks of 3.
Sounds very much like Hector.
The smaller mass consists of the severely altered body of a human male who appears to be in his early 30s, with gray hair and 1 blue eye, the right eye being fully missing. The full height of the entity is roughly 10 meters, while the anticipated height of the smaller body within the larger mass is significantly smaller. This smaller mass is partially fused to the larger mass near the upper torso in a number of ways, such as the human torso can join to the upper section of the larger mass's chest just below the neck. The human legs found far away from the torso at the base of the larger mass's spine, fused together as if in a vestigial tail. The right arm fully encased while the left arm is exposed and fully functional. The human head is fused into the neck of the larger mass, slightly limiting the range of motion but not otherwise restricting it. The entity is capable of using all 6 of the arms on the larger mass, as well as its remaining human arm. This entity is the demon Ogier, one of the 4 primeval demons associated with the Sky Kings of Old Europe and Apollon.
So it seems like it's still not done with its curse being swapped over into whatever it is. Maybe he's able to resist it in some way, or I don't know. Interesting. I was gonna say, I wonder if the contraption in there with the blood transfusion thing somehow has stunted the situation, but he's not the one that's on the throne, unless the throne wizard person, I'm assuming it's a Davite that's on there, is somehow doing that. I don't know. Interesting.
Associated with the Sky Kings of Old Europe and Apollon, an antediluvian kingdom of human predecessors that was fully destroyed through anomalous means between 2 and 3 decades before the Great Flood, a worldwide supernatural disaster that occurred between 400,000 and 500,000 years ago. As a quick recap, one of these Sky Kings sailed across the sea to conquer another land, inhabited by the Fae, taking a Fae princess as a captive. The princess, however, placed a powerful curse on the entire kingdom, eventually bringing it to ruin and transforming the 4 great knights of the house into primeval demons. These 4 were Lahire, Lancelot, Hector, and finally Ogier, who apparently was able to disrupt his transformation and halt the process.
Seemingly, yeah.
There's one more entity associated with this location, but we'll get to that one later.
Gotcha, okay.
SCP-6765 was the subject of a decades-long investigation by members of the Site-68 Anno-Mythological Research Division into unusual phenomenon reported by travelers passing through the nearby Taklamakan Desert. Travelers had recalled seeing a Goliath in the area, or raiding traveling parties, and on several occasions, local authorities put together parties of their own to hunt down this mysterious creature. Invariably, the teams were unable to find any trace of it, leading many to resign the story to a local legend and myth. In 2016, a Foundation doctor led an expedition into the largely uninhabited Hotan County after another reported attack by a large humanoid creature. His expedition resulted in the discovery of signs of habitation in the area of the lake, eventually leading to the discovery of the complex and Javert.
Gotcha.
In his report on emerging anomalous phenomenon within the region, he describes how several members of the expedition reported meeting Javert in a dream the night before their discovery.
Makes sense.
Javert directed the expedition towards the entrance of the atrium and communicated his intent with a member of the team who was also fluent in ASL.
It's interesting that he wants to be found, So I don't wonder if it's a situation where it's a call for help or if there's some kind of, malicious ulterior motive that we don't know yet.
We're next given a journal entry written by Agent Evelyn Ivy, who had previously been assigned to a team monitoring the Oneiroi group of interest, a group that exists and operates within dream space. Agent Ivy was chosen from available candidates to commune with Javert due to her background in unconscious communication within metaphysical spaces. This dream occurred shortly after the discovery of the complex, but prior to the discovery of Ogier, when access to the throne room was still sealed. The entry reads, "As I gain lucidity, I realize I'm standing within a forest of tall trees. Light is visible through the canopy, and the forest floor is covered in a thick but low bed of moss and grass."
All right, just to pause this real quick, as they're talking about, the trees and actually light coming through, that gave me another thought as far as this particular, Bigfoot creature. I wonder if it's a situation where them actually being exposed to light also had some kind of influence on them. Because from everything from the story was told, they were always, stuck down, essentially like underground in darkness, never seeing, the sun, the light, etc. So I wonder if that is also a case, if somehow this Bigfoot was able to climb out, maybe before when, Noah started the flood, it was able to escape and get out to where there was sun, and maybe that allowed it to, I guess, evolve, if that's the right term, and not be so violent, Maybe that is a factor in it. But anyway, let me rewind this to start this over.
As I gain lucidity, I realize I'm standing within a forest of tall trees. Light is visible through the canopy, and the forest floor is covered in a thick but low bed of moss and grass. As I take time to adjust and get my bearings, I see him standing nearby, at the base of one such tree. I cannot make out his appearance, but he has a calm and gentle demeanor, and this is how I perceive him. I approach and introduce myself, and he greets me warmly. I explain that I am just here to observe and understand, and he reciprocates. We begin walking through the forest. First, I ask him his name. He tells me that his people, who described themselves using a word that roughly translates to blessed children, did not use names to identify each other. He explains that by the time they had learned to communicate at all, they had long since learned to identify each other using smell and sight.
Interesting.
He says that the eyes were closer to a name than anything spoken, and his people were able to differentiate between each other by seeing the differences between their eyes.
That's kind of fascinating.
He says that he has since taken the name Javert after hearing it in a radio adaptation of Les Miserables years earlier.
I was gonna say, I wonder if his name has something to do with that. Honestly, the only reason I know that is from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, with that whole storyline with Cisco going after the security officer that betrayed him to the whatever that rebel group was called again. I can't think off the top of my head, but anyway.
He asks me where I came from, and I explain that we are researchers and scientists, hoping to learn more about the world from before the flood. He tells me that a great many things have been buried over time, but that we are fortunate to have found this place. As we walk through the forest, I see shapes in the distance, dark figures with glowing yellow eyes, as if watching us. I ask what these figures are, but my guide does not answer.
I wonder if it's a situation where as long as he ignores them, they can't harm him, kind of a situation.
I ask about the structure we found him in. He acknowledges me, and then we step out of the forest and onto a high hill overlooking a sprawling city. The streets are paved with polished stone, and the buildings are constructed with a smooth red brick. At this city's heart, I see a towering spire made of black iron, stretching up into the sky. The sun streaks overhead, and I see days passing, then months. More and more of the lamplights across the city begin to go out as men, women, and children travel to the tower at the city's center. Eventually, the sun sets one last time and never rises again.
Interesting. So he's kind of showing this person the history of this city, almost instantly in a dream, at least from a far off perspective.
Storm clouds fill the sky.
So seemingly, I wonder, again, Davite stuff. That's what it feels like to me. It is. If it's a situation where they, I don't know if sacrifice, I guess sacrifice, for lack of a better term, sacrifice themselves, drain their blood into this pool, and if they all have become kind of one entity with whatever is on the throne, and they are all in some kind of like dream state with the being on the throne, I don't know.
All around the city, flowers in their fields bloom and wither, and the heavens open up. It rains and rains, and the rivers spill over.
Okay, so this might have been their way of surviving the flood.
And the foundations of the city begin to crack and shudder. As the waters rise, the land breaks under the stress, and the city is sundered beneath the crashing waves, all save for the single tower of black iron. An age passes, and as the waters recede, the world is changed. Mountains have been leveled, valleys rise into the sky, and the plain on which the city once sat lies deep underground, forgotten and buried. But where the tower's spire reached its peak is a dusty outcrop of rock next to a miserable patch of water. And it is to this outcrop that I am led by my companion. He stops just short of it, indicating that the entrance is through a small passageway in the rock. He resides within, he says, as does his master and the last of the great sorcerers. He bids us to come and join them in fellowship.
His master. Interesting. So he does actually seem to serve whoever this is.
Learn what... He bids us to come and join them in fellowship. Learn what knowledge can be passed on from those whose eyes saw those ancient sunsets, and to keep this knowledge safe. His tone grows dim. A doom approaches, he says. A force is stirring that would seek to unearth those old secrets and see catastrophe brought to the world again.
Oh boy.
A raw and festering rage that cannot be easily abated. The knowledge within this cathedral, he tells me, may provide us a kind of salvation, if we are fortunate. Then he is gone. I stand alone for a time, surrounded by the ghosts of a long-dead memory. The sun sets one last time, and I awaken in my tent. Javert seems to have shown her the Day of Flowers, in which a great flood summoned by a human sorcerer wiped out nearly every last remnant of Anti-deluvian civilization. Only those that fled to high ground survived, and thus this complex, being a great tower, managed to remain somewhat intact. The mention of an approaching doom is fairly ominous, however.
No shit.
One that seeks to unearth old secrets and bring about more catastrophe. We're next given a transcript of a preliminary interview with Ogier, conducted by research lead Dr. Matthew Fulweiler. Fulweiler begins by introducing himself as the researcher in charge here, and Ogier responds by saying, "May the light of Asem's rising sun shine on him."
The light of Asem. Oh.
He is one called Ogier, son of Osiris, once of the old land of Erikesh and of the high city of Apollon. It has been some time since he saw the face of another man, and his presence here is dearly welcomed. Fulweiler asks him how long he has been in this chamber.
It's interesting that he has essentially all his faculties, and he's, you know, throughout all this time, even through halting of his transformation, he still, you know, I guess has his human mental factors, you know, for lack of a better term.
And after a short pause, Ogier says that it's difficult to say. Since the start of his affliction, he need not consume food or drink, nor does he grow hungry or ravenous with thirst. Before the arrival of his caretaker, he spent many long ages here in the dark, with naught but himself and the companionship of his friend, the Lord Relevine. Relevine is the figure seated upon the throne, and Ogier says that though the ages have no doubt diminished his outward charm somewhat, Relevine was once a powerful magister of the peoples of old Malidraug, and it was he who conducted the blessed ministration that staved off Ogier's transfiguration.
Yep, okay. So that's what I kind of thought, and, you know, when he's saying ministration, getting very much Bloodborne vibes, very much.
Without him, there would likely be little left of Ogier with whom to speak. Fulwiler asks him how he learned to speak modern English with such proficiency. Ogier says that he speaks a great many languages, and in his time he was something of a scholar among his order, and his friend and caretaker has furnished their humble residence with books in their modern tongues, as well as the listening boxes they have used to hear the voices of our people.
Okay, makes sense.
They have had other visitors as well, those who were brave enough to seek the beckoning of his friend, the Dreamer. With little else but time and his books, he has learned many things here. Fulwiler then tells Ogier that they have found others like him, 3 of them actually, but none of them have had their faculties preserved quite as well. This gives Ogier pause, as he realizes that Fulwiler is referring to his brothers, and he asks what has become of them. Fulwiler says that they are each no longer human, but far more extreme than him. Ogier sighs and says that in his dreams he had hoped that perhaps some act of mercy from the divine would stay the fell hand of their curse, but when none of them came for him, he feared that they had been consumed.
You know, you would think that, and obviously because that Ogier is, he at least was able to stop it from consuming him further, that, you know, because the curse can be afflicted, and again, because Ogier was able to stem the curse from, you know, continuing further down to consume him fully, you would think that there'd be a way to reverse it, you know, especially with how many different kind of anomalous stuff there is in the SCP universe. Or, you know, you would wonder with SCP-2000, is there any kind of way that they could somehow, I don't know exactly how SCP-2000 works, if they can transfer a consciousness from one body to another. But would that even, like, what would that even do nowadays, right? You know, like Hector, for example, does he like, would it just be essentially like the demon form Hector consciousness in a human body kind of situation? Would he even be able to be his original human self, you know, if they were to somehow transfer his consciousness in another body? I don't know. But I don't know. You would think that they would be able to find potentially some kind of ways of reversing it.
Perhaps he was the luckiest of them then. When he recognized the gnawing darkness within his spirit, he made haste from the cursed land of his sworn lord. The land of his youth, Arakesh, had long been worn down by the war engines of the Sky King and offered him no comfort, so he instead fled here to the halls of his lord Relevine, in the land of Malidraug, a Davite city-state.
Yeah, what I thought.
Fulwiler asks him what happened to him, and Ogier says that it has been such a long time, but thankfully his memories are preserved here within the pool. They are standing on hallowed ground, as this was once the tallest spire of the Vein of Malidraug, the oldest and deepest sanctuary for those most ancient of artistries. This place was at one time a holy temple of the Dava, powerful ministers and sorcerers who learned how to manipulate the very blood essence of a man. It was through these sorceries that Lord Relevine preserved him, and through them that the Davites had long preserved their memory. Some of his blood, old though it may be, lies within the pool as well.
Interesting. So it's almost a library of knowledge, and the medium is just blood. Huh. Oops, I fucked up. Gotta go back to figure out where I was, because I accidentally clicked on the fucking bar here.
This place was at one time a holy temple of the Dava, powerful ministers and sorcerers who learned how to manipulate the very that Lord Relevine preserved him, and through them that the Davites had long preserved their memory. Some of his blood, old though it may be, lies within the pool as well. He came here just before the waters rose, an event that was foreseen by a Dava oracle centuries earlier. When the skies opened and the flowers bloomed, those people came to this place, and they gave themselves into this pool. A great ministration occurred, and the blood of those people was extracted and placed here, within this temple. They still live through the throne, and their memory is preserved here in this cathedral.
That's pretty much what I thought. It's yeah, it's almost kind of like a collective consciousness of all the people there, and all their knowledge is like kept in this pool, and they're essentially almost maybe a hive mind situation. I don't know, but yeah, it's kind of what I thought.
Relevine was last upon the throne, and it is through him that the voices of his people flow.
So I wonder, okay, so individuals can inhabit that body and speak if need be.
He is clearly lessened physically by this, and is no longer capable of maintaining little more than a deep sleep, but we can still speak to him in dreams. All of the blood in the reservoir here was given freely, as the last people above ground spoke of a wall of water higher than the mountains bearing down upon them. They sealed this chamber, and knowing that they could not be preserved with the sustenance of the body while they were entombed here, opened their hearts and emptied themselves into this temple. Ogier tells Fulweiler that he can show them his memories, if they'd like. Fulweiler says that they'll certainly want to do this, but asks if it requires one of them to sit in the chair. Ogier responds that yes, one of them will have to sit upon the throne and be deeply penetrated by the machine.
Yikes.
As this is the only way to learn these old secrets. He then
Command, can we get a D class up here, stat?
pauses and laughs, saying that it has been so long he could not help it. None other than Relevine can sit on the throne now, and removing him would likely end his
Man's got jokes. Okay.
life. While Relevine slumbers, however, Javert can speak with him and act as an intermediary. Fulweiler is relieved and says that they'll definitely want to do that then, and asks when Javert arrived here. Ogier isn't sure, however, and knows that they spent a long time alone here in the dark before he arrived. He has been here for some time, though, calling him his watchful protector.
It's interesting that Javert showed up so much later. I wonder... I don't know. That would just be an interesting story. That'd be an interesting story to hear that tale of, like, what happened to Javert that made him split from his people, how he came here. I would assume it's a situation where, like, somehow he survived the Great Flood, you know, by going up into the mountains or whatever, and through experiencing the light of day and yada yada kind of it tempered his violent tendencies or something, and he's, you know, gained other knowledge, and maybe through his dreams was guided to this place.
Fulweiler would have guessed that Ogier protects Javert, but he says that looks do deceive. Though his body is transfigured, it is not fully transformed, and much of the strength of this monstrosity is lost to him. He tires quickly, and his body aches under the effort. He was never a master of arms like the other knights, and the sorceries he can still perform leave him exhausted.
Gotcha.
He says that without Javert, he would have long ago been exposed, and perhaps even killed as an abomination. It's been lonely here, and the world of men has changed since he came to this shelter, so he's happy to help, in whatever way he still can. We're next given another dream journal entry from Agent Ivy, this time recording a shared dream between herself, Javert, Fulweiler, and Director Malthus, the head of the Foundation's Department of Anti-deluvian Research. The entry reads, "As I start to gain awareness, I see my own sleeping body below me, and the bodies of Director Malthus and Dr. Fulweiler. Javert sits nearby, on his bed mat. We are within SCP-6765. As he sees us waking, our host greets us warmly. 'Welcome, children of the sun,' he says. 'I pray you did not have too much trouble getting here.' He laughs at his own joke. It is quiet laughter, but it fills the room like a song. Director Malthus attempts to speak first. He struggles, as people usually do when first entering these metaphysical spaces. Javert notices this and extends a hand as if to indicate pause. 'It will take a moment for you to grow comfortable interacting with me here,' he says. 'This is not unusual. This space we are in is the space of my people, the space where our culture lives.
Interesting.
You are just travelers in a distant land. Take some time, and you will adjust. I speak up.'
So it's almost like the Bigfoot people kind of exists in like a multi-dimensional state almost. Like they exist in the physical world and have physical bodies, but like their consciousness seems to almost kind of like they might have like some kind of collective consciousness, unconscious state or something like that, where, you know, when they dream, they all go to the same place. And it's like another kind of existence for them. I don't know. That's kind of fascinating if that's the case.
How did you come to be here? He speaks. I came here by accident. I had gotten lost and wandered into the steppe long before your brethren laid down their roads and began broadcasting on their radios. I was young, and my mother had died years before, and those few who knew of me could not find me. He pauses, we do not speak like you speak. Our tongues are capable of utterances, but they weren't designed to use the words of men. This is why I must use your language of hands to make myself understood when you are awake. It's only when you sleep that you can hear my voice, and when I can hear the voices of my kin as well. But there were no more children of the sun in the mountains, so I could not hear any others like me. I wandered for a time, and then found myself here. I heard the dreams of Saint Ogier and Lord Relevine, and found my way down into this place.
Kind of what I thought.
Dr. Fulweiler speaks next. How old are you? Javert seems to reflect on this question. I don't know, he says. I haven't thought much about it. Older than you by far. Older than most men, I would wager. Hundreds of years, maybe 1,000. Still,
Probably
far younger than either of my compatriots. We have seen others like you, Director Malthus says. Children of the night. They looked like you, but were not like you. More primal, aggressive, dark. Javert appears to furrow his brow. My mother once told me stories of our people, while we huddled atop the mountain. Stories of my forebears dancing under a red star. She told me that we were different once, urged me to make my own way in this world, a world free of darker influences.
So it seems to kind of be the case. I guess a group of the Bigfoot people during the flood made it out into the mountains and lived, you know, in the sunlight, out of the darkness, and were able to break themselves from those primal tendencies and, I guess, evolve in a quote-unquote more civilized way. Interesting.
I learned to ignore the whispers of the king, where those dark influences now rest. Dr. Fulweiler responds, "Who is the king?"
Yeah.
How to say? The king is less of a who, at least now. It is an old wisdom of my people, Javert says. A place of dark secrets within our collective unconscious. There is a story, a fairy tale that accompanies it. My people would tell this story, but my mother did not want me to hear it. He pauses before continuing. As the story goes, there was once a king of night under the dark canopy of the old forest, and the king would dance to the music of a red star in the sky he could not see. When the king lay down to rest, he slipped into the slumber that would not end, and in his dreams he still danced beneath the red star. We can hear the king dancing, each of us, deep within the dark forests we walked together. It is said that if you listen to him dancing for too long, you too will begin to dance the dance of our last king of night, and those secrets our people hid away in ages past will be evident to you.
So there's always some kind of, like, primal instinctual urge that they essentially have, and they kind of fight off. Interesting.
He gestures to the chamber around us. The last king of night is not unlike this place, a place of stored memory. I know very little about my own people, aside from what stories they would tell on the mountain, but I could know more if I listened to the king dancing under his red star. Director Malthus finally speaks. Thank you for hosting us, Javert. There's so much I feel we can learn from you and your colleagues. Javert smiles. Yes, the Dava were many things, but
I don't know, it's strange. I sense almost kind of like maybe he's being, you know, forthright and he actually, like, wants people to learn. But I don't know. I almost feel like there's some kind of strange malicious intent behind his, like, I don't know. I feel like he's, like, tricking them into doing something to release something. I don't know. We'll see, I guess.
perhaps more than anything, they were chroniclers. There are a great many secrets hidden here, beneath the blood of Malidraug's throne. I suppose now we should wake our friends as well. He stands and turns, and as he does, the world around us changes. We are in the throne room below, but it is different. The throne is suspended over empty space, space which in the waking world is full of blood. I peer down into the darkness of this reservoir and see nothing but darkness extending below us. I hear voices echoing in the deep, soft and distant. A figure appears from the dark recesses of the throne room. He is a man, young in his face, but betrayed by the age in his eyes. He is slight of build, with long black hair pulled behind his head, held in place by a silver band. He wears a simple white and blue tunic, and over it white robes trimmed in silver. He holds in one hand a wooden staff crested with a silver ornament, many delicate and interwoven circles of metal around a polished blue gem. Behind him is another figure, grotesque and horrible to behold, with 6 dull eyes. I feel nothing from this creature, but its eyes still follow us as we cross the chamber to meet him. As we approach, the man bows deeply. "Greetings again," the man speaks in a tongue I do not recognize but understand immediately.
Interesting.
"I am Ogier, sworn knight of the Sky King Saurus IX von Apolon." We greet him, and he leads us over to the edge of the precipice. We can see now, clearly, a figure seated on the throne. They are humanoid, adorned in rich red and black robes that cascade over their shoulders. I cannot tell by sight if they are man or woman. Their auburn hair, which extends past the waist, flows freely over the arms of the throne. A golden circlet rests on their head. Across their exposed chest are old scars. Their eyes are closed. Ogier steps forward from our group and kneels. "Relevine, Lord of Memory, long have you dreamed idly atop Malidraug's sullen throne. I bid ye awaken, if you would." The entity on the throne twitches slightly, but their body does not move. We are transported again, with the world whirling in crimson and ebony around us.
The visuals I get in my mind of this, like, I would love to see, again, this in some kind of cinematic format. I just, imagine the world spinning and twisting and moving, almost kind of very Doctor Strange-ish when he has that kind of outer body experience. And he's like, being transported through different places. But yeah, I don't know. It's very fascinating. This almost kind of unconscious, subconscious dream reality that now seems to exist, that they're gaining access to through Javert. Interesting.
When the haze settles, we are standing atop a mountain. Below us is nothing but cloud.
And it's almost like they're being transported through different realities from the I'm gonna try and word this. It's like each consciousness in this dream state has its own individual reality, and as they're traveling, like they were in Javert's, and his was like a forest. That's kind of the representation of his consciousness and the reality that he exists in. And then now they were transferred into Ogier's kind of place, who is like, you see 2 different bodies. There's the humanoid version of him, and then there's the demon version of him. But his reality is kind of one of like loneliness, because he's been alone for so long. And then now we're being transported into this reality of the Davites and Relevine, and I guess potentially the realm that he may have created in this dream state for him and his people to exist. I don't know. It's very fascinating.
We are standing atop a mountain. Below us is nothing but cloud, and above us a black sky filled with stars. The figure on the throne hangs limp in the air some distance away, one arm pulled behind their back, a symbol I recognize immediately as a show of reverence. Their form is shifting, impossible to discern. We hear a voice come from all around us. Saint Ogier, they say. My dreams of late have been troubled, but your face is one I have often thought of. It brings me a great comfort to see you, and you as well, child of the night. Ogier appears to speak, but stops as a wave of power radiates out from their body. I know who they are, my dear saint, the voice says. Children of Assem, of the Sun. Matthew, son of Grady. Corin, son of William. I am who was once called Relevine, the daughter and then son of Retos, and the living memory of Dava. You are most welcome here, in this last of the holy sanctuaries of my people. Dr. Fulweiler speaks. Thank you. Our organization seeks to protect the world from powerful forces that threaten our people. There are threats that are only now becoming known to us, and we fear that our ignorance will blind us to these dangers. From around us, the clouds begin to part. Spires and columns of white marble rise from the mist. Towering cathedrals and temples built to long-dead gods. Pale figures made of smoke, faceless and unmoving, stand and stare into the distance, where a single point of golden light reaches into the sky. The heavens fold and split, and a burning star begins to descend. The voice speaks, but it is no longer a unified voice. Different tones can be heard through a chorus of individuals, some distinct and others faint and wavering. Child of the sun, what wonders we have beheld. I have seen the dawn of civilizations who, in their time, became little more than a memory, and have long since passed beyond the veil of what is known. I have watched the skies fall, and watched the seas rise to meet them. I have witnessed the ineffable beauty of truth in this world, and known the uncanny horror that follows. I have known. I have forgotten. I have known again. The voices become quiet as the star continues to fall.
Interesting that there's an imagery of a star falling. So is this... I'm trying to, before we get more into the story, I'm just trying to speculate, give my thoughts of what it is. Is this a situation where, like, the star represents the Scarlet King coming? Or some other kind of entity from outer space coming? Because they're in the city of Papadopoulos, there were different murals showing all of these different beings: the Scarlet King, Yaldabaoth, Meccan, even the I forget what the SCP number is, but the entity that is from another universe that is like a mimetic or anti-mimetic. I get them confused sometimes, where, if you learn about it, it kills you, kind of a situation. Is that supposed to represent this, or is this supposed to be something new, some kind of other greater threat coming? Because there's also supposed to be kind of this, I guess, star being that can warn the SCP of threats from outer space coming, etc. So I don't know. I'm just wondering where this is going to go. But this imagery is dope. The imagery of, them being brought up into the sky, standing on top of clouds, seeing essentially the stars in the universe, and then looking upon some kind of like temple with this golden light shooting up to the sky, and now stars falling toward the earth, essentially kind of, I would assume, representing some kind of impending doom.
The golden point of light rises, outstretched to meet it. The voices become quiet. I have known again. The voices become quiet as the star continues to fall. The golden point of light rises, outstretched to meet it. The voice speaks again, once more together. Once our people relied on divinity to hold the knowledge we treasured so dearly. Our divine ancestry betrayed us, just as your forefathers betrayed you. Our people resolved then to never forget again. This place, this bastion, we have filled it with the memory of this world.
Huh. I want to listen to that statement again.
Just as your forefathers betrayed you, to hold the knowledge. The voice speaks again, once more together. Once our people relied on divinity to hold the knowledge we treasured so dearly. Our divine ancestry betrayed us, just as your forefathers betrayed you.
Interesting. So they once relied on divinity to hold to keep and store the knowledge they held dear, but that knowledge was eventually lost. Then they regained it and vowed to never rely on divinity again to store this knowledge, which is why they created what they currently have. I'm trying to wrap my mind around that kind of meaning. Is it a situation where they had worshipped other gods? Maybe Aldabaoth or some other kind of gods. They'd mentioned, gods long dead. But I wonder if it's a situation where they had relied on these gods to hold this knowledge. Maybe some kind of K-class scenario happened, wiped them out, or who knows, but somehow the knowledge was lost. Perhaps some kind of, again, some kind of world-altering thing happened to them. Or perhaps their god even wiped them out, did something to them, and then they remembered eventually and vowed to never lose that knowledge again. But it's interesting that it seems like at one point in time, they worshipped some kind of god. It seems like a god betrayed them in some way, and then maybe they warred against the god or something like that and won. Or perhaps they just decided that god didn't deserve their worship anymore, and they then relied on their blood magics and sorceries to accomplish, what they set out to do, creating this, I guess library of blood.
Our people resolved then to never forget again. This place, this bastion, we have filled it with the memory of this world. Secrets that no library can hold. Dreams that once lingered in the waters of that which is not. The star falls in.
Hang on.
Library of this place, this bastion, we have filled it with the memory of this world. Secrets that no library can hold. Dreams that once lingered in the waters of that which is not.
That's a fascinating line. Dreams that once lingered in the waters of that which is not. Because again, from the Ouroboros cycle, we know that there were only really two actual gods. The god of is and the god of isn't. In this kind of like yin-yang balance. The god of is, made everything that currently is. And then the god of the god is made everything that was, is, and ever shall be. And the god of isn't is everything that will never, never was, never is, and never will be. And from my understanding, that kind of barrier got broken when Adam al-Assam peered through the void and plucked the star from the sky, creating his crown. I believe plucking, it could also be a metaphor for knowledge. Some kind of knowledge that he then formed into an actual physical object. At the request of Seth. But it's just interesting that they're saying that they may have been able to peer through that veil too, I guess, in their dreams. Maybe the dream state is that. Maybe there's like a dream realm where the children of the night exist. Is that isn't place? And they've been able to get to that place through their dreams. Let me listen to this again.
Of this world. Secrets that no library can hold. Dreams that once lingered in the waters of that which is not.
Dreams that once lingered in the waters of that which is not. I don't know, that's just a very fascinating line that sticks out to me. That seems to indicate that they too were able to gain knowledge of that which isn't. And seemingly that's not a good thing, right? I don't know. Anyway, I guess let's continue.
The star falls into the golden embrace of the light in the distance. A great...
I wonder then if this is their version of the telling of Adam taking the star from the sky. This is kind of the origin of all of that.
In the waters of that which is not. The star falls into the golden embrace of the light in the distance.
The light could be
A
Adam.
great wind blows through the city of smoke around us, and the great structures fall back into the darkness below. A moment later, the world is still. The point of golden light hangs for a moment longer before vanishing.
Okay, I guess it's kind of more of a vision of just a meteor asteroid coming to Earth and destroying everything.
The figure appears again, hanging in the air before us. Their voice speaks once more. You were not wrong to fear those horrors of the old world, child of the sun. A great many cruel things were buried in ages long past by those who came before even we, the chroniclers. Those who have emerged into your world seek vengeance for the atrocities of your ancestors. Their power is terrible, and their intentions cruel, but they are limited by the hate of those who called them out from the shadow. Those whose tombs lie even deeper in the earth have no such limitations.
Wow, that's an interesting statement. Those whose tombs lie deeper in the earth have no such limitations. So he's saying that there's even worse things buried deeper in the earth than the things that hate us. And I would assume that means that those are the things that could potentially be released.
The sacrifice of our people will have been for nothing if our knowledge lies stagnant in this deepening pool until the world turns over. We will offer you the wisdom we have collected, children of Asem. But know this, even here, there is knowledge that ought not be known by men. Tread carefully in these scarlet halls.
Scarlet.
The world fades to black. I am alone in the dark until I slip from unconsciousness. Afterwards,
Damn, man, that's a very powerful series of events there. Just that little segment right there seems to be foreshadowing some crazy shit that I would assume. I have no idea if DJ Cactus, wraps all this stuff up, and this is part one. If he wraps that up, before part two ends, or if this is foreshadowing to expand his universe even further and more stories he plans to put out, but definitely foreshadowing some interesting and serious events coming.
Dr. Malthus and Dr. Fulweiler got onto a conference call with Director Lancaster to inform her of their progress. Malthus says that their initial trials have shown a lot of success, and the agents they've pulled from the Oneroid teams have made great strides in their ability to transcribe what they're experiencing in the dream state in real time. They're hoping that some new neural implants will expedite the process, however, allowing them to capture information directly from the dreams.
Okay.
They're also no longer limited to individual participants either, as last night they had 4 agents interacting with the entity in the dream state simultaneously. Lancaster asks him if he thinks they're getting facts from this thing, or just mad ramblings. Malthus says that it's impossible to know for sure, but between Relevine and Ogier, they've been able to verify that they know things that the Foundation already knows. Ogier has given them a somewhat detailed account of Apollonan history, much which matches records they've recorded elsewhere. Relevine has other accounts available that generally match what they're familiar with, and it's not just a single source either, as their agents describe it as having audience with different individuals, or groups of persons sharing memories.
Yeah, so it's like the
stories
Davites,
they're able to...
like the Davites have become a collective consciousness in this, library of memory.
Recount are extremely specific and consistent across retellings. Malthus admits that, while it would be difficult to maintain that kind of consistency through so many narratives, it's not impossible.
Yeah.
Lancaster then asks Fulwiler what his take on it is, to which he says that he believes this is the next step in their understanding of the old world. They now have access to a library of knowledge from generations of Davites, information that they wouldn't have had even if they'd written down as much as they could have within their lives, and then kept it perfectly preserved. He thinks that they need to pull as much information out of this place as they can before Relevine becomes incapable of operating the throne he's sitting on. Lancaster laughs and says that Relevine has been sitting there for thousands of years, so why would he keel over anytime soon? Fulwiler responds that it's not his age that they're worried about, as the arcana they used to build the throne is extremely impressive. Aside from the breakdown of his major organ functions that he no longer needs, he's remarkably healthy, and his brain is still in great condition given the circumstances. The issue is with the memories themselves. Ogier brought it up first, that interacting with Relevine has become more difficult over time, and he thinks that Relevine is ill.
It could be a situation where, because all of these consciousnesses are put together, like, it's hard for him to essentially identify as himself. You know what I mean? Like, if your consciousness suddenly merges with thousands, maybe millions of other consciousnesses, it would be hard for you to kind of keep and separate your own consciousness from them, or from melding together into one kind of super consciousness or something like that. You know what I mean? So maybe that's what's going on. Just over this period of time, it's been more and more difficult for him to keep his individuality.
They haven't found any pathogens in the samples they've taken, but another doctor thinks that it's something to do with the super consciousness within the blood itself that's causing this sort of fog. Javert has described it as pressure that has gotten worse recently. Agent Ivy apparently tried to bring up this issue to Relevine directly in a dream state, but she found herself unable to get the words out at all. She didn't feel this when discussing anything else, so it points to something selective happening. Fulwiler speculates that Relevine is aware that something is wrong, but isn't willing or interested in speaking about it. They don't believe that this is going to affect their work in the short term, though, as everything is proceeding as planned for now.
Well, you would think also then that might give Relevine kind of a sense of urgency to want to get this knowledge out before any of it gets corrupted or lost.
They have teams mapping as much of the complex as they can in the meantime, and even though most of the lower areas of the complex are flooded with blood, seismological surveys show several large pockets of empty space down there. Javert thinks that there may be a way to access those areas through ducts in the walls that were used for waste. Lancaster
Yummy.
tells them to keep her in the loop about anything they're able to garner from this that they feel needs to be addressed, and she'll go poke Kane about getting those neural implants for them.
Okay.
That brings us to the meat of the document. A
Well, now we're
collection
getting
of
to the meat of it.
transcripts of various dreams that the agents have had, which have been classified as of major importance.
We haven't even gotten to the meat of this yet. Jesus, okay.
These narratives are generally accounts or records of events that took place during the period in Anti-deluvian history wherein the Davite people were active and are of significant import to the greater concerns of Project Paragon and the SCP Foundation as a whole. In other words, be prepared for a whole lot of lore.
I'm down.
I'll be
Let's go.
reading all of these transcripts verbatim.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we're getting into it. We're getting into the lore stuff here. Big lore dump time. Okay. I mean, we're 50 minutes into this video and there's still another basically hour left. We're just now getting into the lore. Okay. All right. Loosen up. Let's get it.
An account of Ogier, son of Osiris, also called Saint Ogier. Narrative
interesting that it's
collected
called
by
Saint.
Agent Evelyn Ivy. A short account of my life, as I can recall it, and how I came into the service of Saurus the Ninth. In my youth, I was a student of the teacher Yu Lang of Arakesh, a scholar of some renown who had learned himself under the tutelage of the old master Orang Bor the Easterman. Our studies were of the sun, and of Asem's lingering light in this world. Our oldest legends told of how Asem was himself broken, and his remains scattered across the world, and yet
Interesting.
some still claimed authority by the might of his divinity. How could this be? Our divine ancestor had been sundered, but the power these individuals wielded was no less potent. It was for this reason we studied, and in our studies we grew closer to the truth. Our study of the lingering light was considered heretical, though, to the minds of the cult of Edis, those who lived in Apollon and worshipped the heritage of the Sky Kings. Their army of inquisitors came into the lands of Arakesh through Ulem, whose governor had betrayed us to the enemy. At the head of their column was the dogma lord Vermeer, most reviled of the cult's clergymen. We were forced to flee, first to the east, into the old lands of Nod. But we were pursued, past the old citadel of Enoch and towards the sea. Master Orang Bor died on the march, his old body broken in the effort, and his bones crumbling to dust. We held up in a small enclave by the sea for 2 years, protected only by our faith and the wretched weather, all while Vermeer's jaws closed around us. Then, in the 3rd year of our despair, the deep men of Meru within the hollow earth came out of the east to do battle with the Inquisitors. They came upon great moles and worms, and in front of them they drove the many blind creatures of the darkness. The
Interesting.
siege was broken, and we hastened to flee, taking the coast road to the west and away from the battle. But our advance was halted by another army, greater even than that of the Lord Vermeer. A host of Apollonian lancers, and the great terror himself, Lancelot, riding to reinforce the army of Inquisitors. With him was the Sky Princeps Saurus the Ninth, himself only barely older than a boy like I. We stood little chance. The teachers who tried to defend us were killed.
It's interesting that their study of Asem is considered heretical. I would almost trying to think of what that could mean, right? Because, like, they're the first men. Are they trying to say that? Is it a situation where they want to say that they can trace their lineage from Asem, and that's false, and that their their study of, Asem could lead them to find that information, which they could then use to challenge their rule? Or is it some situation where their study of Ascend could lead them to finding greater powers that could rival them and or allow them to challenge their rule and take over their kingdom, kind of a situation? Like, I'm wondering what it is about their study of Ascend that they find heretical and illegal, that they're going through all this trouble to have not just these inquisitors, but like a seemingly like legion with Lancelot and the Sky Precept himself coming after them.
My teacher Yu Lang among them. The rest of us were taken captive, and watched as the knight Lancelot rode down every last of the deep men at brooding Nell, and lashed their commanders to the rock of Necrox, to be disassembled by the sea. Lancelot had little interest in religious differences, and sought to leave those of us who remained within the borders of Arrakesh. Vermeer insisted, though, demanding to let his church have their sacrifices. Lancelot relented, apathetic to any issue that did not carry a sword. On the 16th night of our march towards Europe, a terrible storm swept in from the sea, with winds that screamed and howled and tore up the tents and sent the great horses fleeing. Lancelot demanded Vermeer impose his will against the storm and protect the camp, but the sorcery of Edis's cult was suspect, and Vermeer faltered and failed. When the encampment began to riot and panic, I feared for my life and prayed for salvation. In that moment, for the first time in my life, I knew true faith. There was nothing else left. The lingering light came out from within me like a tempest, and the winds and the rains were driven back. The next day I was taken from the rest of my peers and brought into audience with Lord Lancelot, who saw that I was protected from the Inquisitors, and from Vermeer specifically, who sought my repentance after humiliating him the night before.
Interesting.
Upon my return to the capital, I was given provisions and resources to continue the work of the scholars of Arrakesh, free from the struggles that pervaded our life on the frontier. In this atmosphere, I was able to learn greater truths of Asem's lingering light, and the remnants of old Aud that were ancient even then. In the 87th year of Lord Saurus's reign, I was knighted, and was given the title Knight of Faith when Lord Hector saw fit to raise me into the Order of the King's Protectors. I was the last of the knights to be given that honor, along with Lord Hector, Lord Lancelot, and Lord Lahire. When, during his campaign across the sea, our King Sarus VIII was killed, my service passed to his son, Sarus IX, who was called the Sunset King. While it was his father who brought the hatred of the fair folk to our lands from across the sea, it was his own doing that let that poison fester and grow until it caused the very earth below us to swell and buckle. An account of Ramian the Chronicler, narrative collected by Agent Dane Norcross.
So that was a telling from Ogier. Now we're getting into some Davite lore.
An account of the heroes of Dava, from the memory of Ramian the Chronicler, a humble servant of Relevine, lord of the house of Malidraug, and his father Retos before him. In those days there were many storytellers by the highways who carried with them tales of great heroes and champions from distant lands. Within the lands of the Dava, these stories often came with tales of great victories over terrible foes, or incredible achievements. In olden times, they often were associated with blessings from the King in Red himself, or another occupant of Asem's court. As time passed, and our reliance on that ancient divinity receded, these heroes became champions of their own great will.
So I wonder if in this universe, and maybe it's just Davites in general, like, is the divinity they're talking about the Scarlet King? Because they'd mentioned something about Scarlet, the Red King here, you know, I believe. So it's like, that's kind of the only connection my brain is really thinking of from what I know of the SCP stuff right now. Like, is this divinity they're talking about from the Scarlet King?
Or the will of the living memory itself. First among the heroes of Dava was Alanadar, who was called the Wind Seeker. Alanadar is said to have journeyed to Nol Julan at the convergence of the great winds and learned many great truths from the stone men who lived there. The first of the great Dava warriors was Seskaras, who is said to have served at the right hand of the King in Red himself during the years of his divinity, and who brought low the giant of Allah and built the citadel of Akamana in the north from its skull. Then there is the hero Simon, who is called the Necromancer. She was said to have bandied with death itself to raise an army in the defense of the village of Hul in the east when it was threatened by a group of Eclipsean mercenaries. Despite the grim taboo of her actions, Simon was able to save her people and protect their homes, but at the cost of her dignity. Grateful though they were to her for preserving their lives, her neighbors drove her out and into the frozen plains of Opanskaye, past the edge of the world, where it is said she spent the rest of her life battling great wolves and nighthawks until the day she died. There are even some tellings wherein Simon resurrected herself after death and continues to fight off the terrors that lurk in the foundations of the earth to this day. No greater a hero is named in our legends, though, than Beowulf, son of Bremen, the last.
He was mentioned as one of the champions in the great battle in Papadopoulos that fought off Lancelot, I believe.
King of Nod. When the lands of his forefathers came to despair, he pledged his loyalty to the living memory and accepted it into himself. He was thereafter called the Blood Wolf, and it was by his hand that the Apollonian warrior Hasgarul was laid low at the Battle of the Cimmerian Pass. He fought with a great cutter, the size of a man and edged like the teeth of a terrible beast, and for nearly a century did he defend Dava and its western neighbors from the approach of the Sky Kings of
Beowulf
Europe,
is essentially guts.
even defending the citadel at Herat from the dreaded Lancelot for 13 months, giving the common people there time to escape to the south. In his final years, Beowulf came into the service of Relevine of Malidraug and fought alongside the deep men of Agartha near Tripura against the Sky King's ships from Jershan and the Vales of Har. It was after many great battles that his lord called him away, and the two of them journeyed to the north. Never again was the hero Beowulf ever seen, nor did Lord Relevine ever speak to his whereabouts. But those in the Lord's court did note a deep sadness upon his return that lingered over him afterwards until the day the waters fell over the mountains. An account of Ramian the Chronicler, servant to the House of Malidraug. Narrative collected by Agent Dane Norcross.
We're getting into some dope ass lore here, though. Various heroes of the Dava, other factions, and then Beowulf, who's the greatest warrior of them all, who even fought seemingly Lancelot at the time before he was corrupted to a standstill for 13 months, allowing others to escape. Giga Chad.
An account of the fabled champion of Abaddon, from the memory of Ramian the Chronicler,
now we're getting
a
to
humble
Warhammer.
servant
We got
of
Abaddon
Relevine, lord of the House of Malidraug, and his father Retos before him.
Abaddon.
Other stories were told, however, of heroes beyond the borders of Dava. In the great long ago, merchants from beyond the sea in the land of Punt told of the champion of Abaddon, the land of the tall men, and of the shifting sands. It is said that a great bat appeared in the lands of Abaddon from some great pit in the heart of the desert.
This
The
supposed to be
eyes of the
Dracula?
creature could fill the heart of a man with mortal fear, and its shrieks would drive him to madness. As the story went, simply passing over a town in the night was enough to make unborn babes spoil in their mothers' bellies and emerge misshapen and vile. This bat they called Strollgront, the king of devils. So it was that a champion emerged from those peoples, who journeyed across the blasted Terra Incognita towards the place where the old star fell in ancient times, where it was known that Strollgront slumbered in the day. This champion waited until dusk settled over the great crags of that place, and as the beast took flight from its lair, they struck it down from the sky with a great stone spear. The two locked in dire combat, each battling for their lives. While the eyes of the beast were horrible to behold, the champion did not flinch, and while its terrible voice rang freely in the night, the champion did not flee. By the time the sun rose on the following day, the great bat was dead upon the ground, and the champion stood victorious. When the time came for the tall men to praise their great savior, they found that the champion was blind and deaf, rendering
he couldn't see or hear it, so he was immune to the bat's effects.
the beast's eyes and voice powerless against them.
Interesting.
Thereafter was it said that this unnamed champion was the first noble lord of Abaddon and the Shifting Sands. In the language of those people, the champion was called the Stroll of Az-Zadan, meaning king of the hot country. Every lord of those nomadic peoples took the name Stroll in honor of the blind champion.
Okay.
And the most pious of the desert kings were said to blind and deafen themselves out of reverence. An account of Ramian the Chronicler, servant to the house of Malidraug, narrative collected by Agent Dane Norcross. An account of the 4 knights of House Apollon, from the memory of Ramian the Chronicler, a humble servant to Relevine, lord of the house of Malidraug, and his father Retos before him. In the lands of Europe, the acknowledgement of heroes was strictly forbidden. Those who accomplished great things or achieved great victory were ordained by official decree to accredit their deeds to their king. And for this reason, many of the most well-known stories of those people were attributed to a servant of the Sky King, with the implication that it was by the Sky King's authority that the acts were even made possible. The single exception to this was the case of the 4 knights of that country, who in its final years became well-known icons of Apollonan authority, despite the dogmatic resistance to their status by the cult of Edis.
I wonder what the cult of Edis is about. I would assume being they're brought up, we're going to learn something about them, but they obviously seem to have, it seems to be, I guess, maybe the prevalent religious faction of that time, because I believe it was the Inquisitors of the cult of Edis that were going after Ogier before, you know, he produced his miracle that, you know, essentially gave him salvation.
The Lord Ogier was the youngest of King Saurus' knights by far, but is said to have had a keen mastery over the dying light of Assem, which lingered in the lands in those days. Being less an accomplished warrior and less capable in any variety of swordcraft.
So he was able to tap into the lingering light of Assem. So again, this is starting to feel kind of like Dark Souls-ish, in that he was able to tap into, I guess, Assem's divinity and use that divine essence to perform miracles, essentially. I guess also as like a D&D reference, like maybe some kind of, you know, cleric or paladin, you know, essentially being able to tap into a god's essence and, you know, use that to cast divine spells.
the one called Saint Ogier instead called upon a belief in a long-dead god to do great works.
Yeah.
His presence within the royal quarters began a decade-long theological crisis within Europe, as adherents to the state cult adamantly and at times violently admonished any authority that was not derived from the innate divinity of the Sky Kings. Despite this, Ogier's disciples became widespread, each seeking knowledge and understanding that would guide them towards the greater truths of this lingering light.
That makes sense why he's called a saint, because he's able to perform
The
miracles.
Lord Lahire was called the greatest swordsman who ever lived. He was a known braggart, and it was well understood that many of the legends and myths attributed to the warrior called the Fell Blade of Apollon were penned by Lahire himself. Despite his outspoken bravado and aggressive self-importance, Lahire's actions often lived up to his claims about his own capabilities. He was a distant cousin to the Sky King Saras VIII, and his near-royal upbringing had seen him trained in the arts of swordcraft by masters from as far away as Leng and Lucamore in the far northeast. As accomplished as he was with his famous curved blade in hand, Lahire was perhaps more well known for his promiscuity. Notably beautiful to behold, Lahire had no shortage of lovers. It was often remarked that the Lord's blade has slayed 10,000 men, and laid 10,000 more.
Okay.
The Lord Lancelot was a fearsome warlord. His origins were never known, but to the Dava he was called the Scourge of Memory. It was
The Scourge of Memory. So it seems like he had many wars and campaigns against the Davites and probably conquered a lot of their cities, killing people, thus purging any kind of history memories they would have. It's fascinating that the Davites really have a focus on chronicling history and the remembrance of history and humankind, I guess. Are the Davites considered human? You know, that's often a question that I have. Like, are they actually human and they're just called Davites because of their beliefs and or practices, or are they some kind of subsect of humans, you know, an offshoot of humans, a different kind of lineage? You know, I don't know. That's a question that I often wonder about.
Said that after he would break a man with his terrible black mace, he would drink their blood and consume their memories.
Okay.
While much of Lord Lancelot's legend is a result of his ferocity on the field of battle and his ruthless oppression of the Dava hinterlands in the west, it is likely greatly hyperbolized.
I would assume so.
In truth, Lancelot was a shrewd, albeit brutal, commander and tactician. His personal division, the Shatterchrist, were well known for an almost unbroken string of victories in the Middle South. Lancelot's armies were themselves responsible for the single greatest acquisition of land in 1,000 years, conquering all the nations between Eden and Jershon, and delivering them to the Sky King Saras VIII as a wedding gift, when the king took 3 of Lancelot's sisters into his consortium.
Damn.
The Lord Hector was called the greatest of the knights of House Apollon. He was the king's personal shield, and wherever Saras VIII went, Hector followed as his stalwart protector. The conquests and tyranny of the Sky King had created no small measure of resentment and no small number of enemies.
Yep.
There was a measure of safety within the walls of High Apollona, but any time the Sky King sought to venture out into the world beyond his citadel, he was at risk. Despite this, his life was never in danger. Whether it was by divine inspiration or sheer force of will, Lord Hector never failed to intercept a would-be attempt on the life of his liege lord. It was for this reason that when Saras VIII took his armies across the western sea to ravage the distant lands of the fair folk, Hector was by his side. At the height of the greatest battle of that campaign, Hector personally slew a fairy champion who had dared to challenge the Sky King to single combat. It was Hector who at his lord's command wrapped the Fey princess in iron chains and dragged her back to the king's flagship. When her curse upon the Sky King set his fleet alight and sent him falling into the depths of the dark ocean, it was Hector who dove into the maelstrom to save him. Perhaps Hector would have followed Saris into that inky void had it not been for Lancelot and Lahire, who pulled him out of the sea when the king was too far gone to save.
Damn. That's a hell of a story.
An account of Javert, Child of Night.
Okay.
Narrative collected by Agent Maria St. John.
Let's get into some,
the sun is
some Bigfoot
gone.
lore.
Black clouds roil and rage overhead as lightning leaps between them and water cascades down from the sky.
So this is the flood.
A dull green glow illuminates a towering, branching shape in the distance. A low moan of something far away, calling out in warning. The earth below shudders and shakes. Long lines of figures, eyes glowing in the darkness, solemnly march towards the light. The river swells and overruns its banks, and hundreds are swept away into the rising water. The chattering and crying echoes throughout the forests. I am lifted off the ground, held by my mother. She turns her body to shield me from something I hear before I see, but as we fall to the ground, it comes fully into view. A monstrosity, shambling and shaking, tears over a hilltop nearby.
I wonder if this is Hector.
In the dark of the storm, it is little more than a colossal mass of arms, thrashing through the lines of my kin. In one of its many hands, I see the shine of metal. A rod, long as a tree is tall, with a jagged point at its end. As it passes over us, I catch a glimpse of its eyes. 6 of them, blood and fire falling from them like the rain all around us. It does not look back at me. It does not look at the ground beneath its own feet. It stares unwaveringly forward, towards the green light. In a moment, it is gone, thundering forward with terrible purpose.
Yep.
My mother pulls me into her again, and the world goes dark. I hear the wailing of my kin, the groan of their goddess, the screams of the demon, and then nothing.
Damn.
An account of Wereblith of Dai, who was in Ys when the curse befell the servants of the Sky King. Narrative collected by Agent Evelyn Ivy.
Now we're gonna hear about the lore of the curse.
It were with mine own eyes did I witness what befell the Lord's blade Lahire. On the eve of his destruct, did he give a great and terrible moan and slither out from his manor house a truly wretched thing. His body were deformed in miserable shape, and his member was become swollen and pustulous.
Yum.
But even in his throes of agony, as his form were altered, did he feel the terrible lust of his curse, and he began a terrible rape of the town of Ys. Passed he did over that city in a terrible heat, and the ferocity of his mindless desire were enough to cause a man to burst. As he were as a knight, his sword was swift, and drive it through those poor souls he did, until none were left who he had not desecrated in this foul way. He lingered there for a time, and watched it I from the hillside a distance away at the home of Everild, my friend and confidant, who himself had fled. In 3 days did the Lord's armies descend on Ys and lay siege to the thing what was once Lahire, but now were truly consumed by the demon. They struck the beast with a great number of arrow, and poured fire upon it from a distance.
Like fire's not really
Though
gonna
it did try to come upon them from its lust, it were pushed away by the heat of the flame and the sting of iron, and driven into the sea. The Lord's blade called out a final time in wretched misery, and then sank beneath the waves. and weren't seen in the lands of the Sky King ever again.
Okay, so far, we've got a telling of various Davite heroes. In particular, Beowulf is noted. We've heard about Ogier and why he became a saint, because he was able to essentially tap into LSM's divinity and use that to perform miracles. We've learned of Lancelot, who was a great tactician and led an army of essentially unwavering, unbreakable soldiers, and whose reputation probably was bloated as some kind of evil person who would kill people and drink their blood to gain their memories. Hector, who was the great, protector of the Sky King at the time, and who was the one that essentially captured the Fey princess, who then cursed everyone. And then Lahire here now. Interesting.
An account of Ogier.
And then the tale of Javert, when the flood was, I guess, starting to happen. Well, no, I wouldn't think the flood would have started then, right? He's just had an image or a memory of when Hector came through and his rampage to find Titania and destroy her.
Son of Osiris, also called Saint Ogier. Narrative collected by Agent Evelyn Ivy. An account of my transformation and the defilement of my body by the curse laid on the house of Apollon. We had heard the utterance of the curse of that Fey princess, each of us. The Lord Hector had called us together to discuss the voice we had each felt in our waking minds. I expressed my uncertainty. We truly knew so little about the magics of the Fey, but the Lord Lancelot dismissed these concerns. If they had magic so terrible as to threaten the dominion of the Sky King, then why did it not manifest as their forests burned? Where were those?
Yeah, I could see that kind of thinking, like, if they were so powerful, why haven't they stopped us already? Why haven't they done more to give us pause or hold us back?
Those curses when their citadels and the trees were torn down and their soldiers butchered. There was truth in what he said, but still her words lingered uncomfortably in my heart. I remember them clearly. Usurpers of the sun's right hand, of fell deeds and false promises. You will have the years to count your graven sins, but no mind to resolve them, and no soul to be absolved. It was just days later that I was set upon by the demon. As I slept, I beheld a strange sight. I was spread out beneath a sky full of stars, immobilized. Above me were 2 towers of great eyes, 3 on each side, and below was a stone plinth inscribed with a runic text. I felt a terrible cold then, one that swept up from my feet and gripped my heart, and in that moment I knew true fear, imminent and overwhelming. I heard the voice of an entity from behind the plinth, at times both menacing and sympathetic. It spoke to me in words I understood innately, but could not repeat. It told me that I was to become a curse, not just on the world of men, but on myself as well.
So this is the Fey princess, I guess, speaking to him as she's essentially cursing them
for the many sins I had committed. I tried to appeal to my own defense, but the words caught in my throat and withered. Then I heard another voice, soft and distant, as if buried deep below me, whispering a plea to this dark totem. This voice begged that I be consumed, fully and intimately, by solemn despair, that I be given entirely to an unending grief that has no limit, no reprieve, and no end. As the voice continued to plead for my damnation, there came cracks in the plinth that shined with dim starlight, and the plinth shattered. From within I heard a third voice, a voice I knew was the despair with which I would be cursed. It said simply, "It will be." I awoke suddenly, and knew with my whole soul that I was losing control. My body felt unfamiliar to me, alien and malicious. I stumbled from my home within Apollona as a grim moon hung overhead. I fled, as fast as my feet could carry me, guided by the lingering light to which I had always held faith. I heard screams in the capital that night.
Damn.
It would not be until later that I learned that they were from those poor souls who had encountered Lancelot, cursed as he was, and were butchered by the thing he had become. I thought to seek out my lord Hector, but knew in my soul that there was no salve in the world of men that could cure this grim ailment. I fled, far away from my home, to the lands of my youth, to Arrakesh. It was there I was discovered by the Dava of Malidraug, who had heard tell of the lamentations of Apollona, and set a watch on their border to defend against the horrors that might spill out from there. Even as wretched as I had become, they found pity for me, and brought me to this citadel and into the comfort of Lord Relevine. He performed a ministration then, one that I fear may have accelerated his own decline, but one that no doubt saved my soul. I was left half-turned, the abomination I was cursed to become little more than a malignancy upon my back, but in control of my faculties and aware of myself. While my lord Relevine's ministration has caused me a reprieve from the demon whose skin I share, I remain maligned by the curse. When I sleep, I see the towers of eyes. When there is silence, I hear the whispering of that pleading voice, begging for restitution.
Damn.
For vengeance. For wrath. An account of Aldwin, daughter...
Damn, dude, that's... Like, could you imagine that, though? Could you imagine, like, being asleep and then having a dream where you essentially see yourself being put on almost, I don't want to say trial, but you're essentially, you know, watching yourself become cursed and there's no recourse, right? Like, you're essentially in a dream, imprisoned in there for a time, watching, I guess hearing more than watching, you know, this person beg for you to be cursed for all eternity for transgressions that you may have not even yourself done. And then hearing the voice of a goddess say, so, you know, so it shall be, or whatever she said, like, and then waking up and feeling that kind of feeling, you know, knowing that essentially what's going to happen, that you're going to be turned into this demon, this creature, and, you know, essentially lose yourself. Like, talk about hell, you know what I mean?
of Aelred, a Davite mystic for wrath. An account of Aldwin, daughter of Aelred, a Davite mystic and divinist.
Isn't that the name of the
narrative collected
dragon
by
in
Agent
Skyrim?
Jaren Caspian. In the many nations within the realms of men were worshipped a great many gods, both greater and lesser, many of whom were known and recognized to have true power over mankind and the lands beyond. In life, I studied the practice and practitioners of their worship, and took great care to preserve this knowledge within the living memory. In the lands of Europe, a tradition was once passed down of the formless nothing and the two siblings who inhabited it, is and is
isn't.
not.
Yeah.
These were said to be the originators, the essence of both everything and nothing, in perfect unison with each other. Their children, the ones who shaped the universe and built the very gods themselves, were called Paragons. Little is known of this tradition now, aside from one I will name later, while there is evidence that this pantheon was more well understood during the days of the old King Edis. The imperial cult that carried his name would eventually supplant all other belief systems within Apollon's dominion, and much of that knowledge was lost or destroyed for being heretical to the cult's dogma.
Interesting.
Perhaps the oldest and most well-regarded of the gods worshipped by men throughout the world was Gaia, the Earth Mother.
Earth, yeah.
While many who walked upon her face paid service to gods both greater and lesser who would grant them power, almost all peoples recognized the bounties of the earth and the life that she sustained. In Leng, far to the north, it was said that Earth Mother had made herself from shapeless ash and given a home and a blessing to her children within the formless void. Gaia was said to be the mother of the earth and seas, sister to Luna the moon, and in some tellings, consort to the sun itself. While many gods were known to walk along the byways in the realms of men, Gaia was notably never said to have been seen by any person, as her presence was, in truth, felt by men and beasts at all times, below and
Makes
around
sense
them.
when you're living on the planet.
Within the great kingdoms of the old world was known the legend of the great city of Odd, called Papadopolis, or the first city of men.
Yep.
As the stories go, it was in this golden city that our forebears walked alongside the lesser primordial gods, sometimes called the young gods, beings of divine origin that were no less godlike from the perspective of mere men, but whose scope was surpassed by their divine ancestry.
Okay.
The architects of that city were the two gods most associated with the formation of man from the dirt of Gaia's earth, the god Mechane and the goddess Vazjuma.
Vazjum.
Mechane was a god of order, of structure, of the human desire to see patterns and understand the design of all things. He was said to be an architect, an engineer, a god of form and metal.
Okay.
Mechane saw the gifts of the mother Gaia and desired above all else to give it direction. When the first man was crafted out of the shapeless clay, Mechane was the one who built his mind and gave him will.
Okay.
Vazjuma was Mechane's sister, the wild goddess of impulse.
I would assume this is actually
She
all
saw
Moth.
the bounty of the world and wished to fill it with wild abandon, letting nothing impede her vision but her own imagination. It was her hands that shaped the first man, stitched the tapestry of his skin, and filled him with blood and heat. Vazjuma was sometimes called the mother of wombs, and it was often said that the first man grew within her for 1,000 years before she experienced the first childbirth.
Interesting.
Within the lands of Europe, the cult of Edis maintained the supposed divinity of the Sky Kings, and while it was commonly accepted outside of that country that the imperial cult was simply an engine of propaganda, there was some indirect truth to their claims. The Sky Kings, since before written history, each wore the iron crown of their fathers, an iron crown said to have once sat on the head of Sem, the first man.
Yep. It was given to them by Seth
I believe.
The legends of the first man are little more than an oral tradition, passed down through countless generations between the destruction of Papadopoulos and the Great Flood.
I really like this artwork. I don't know, there's just something about this, you know, seeing this being in red, the crown above him, and the rain coming down, him looking over the city or creation. I don't know, there's just something about it. It's very, I don't know, I just like it. It's a good piece.
Assem is said to have been sculpted out of Gaia's rich earth around Mekane's iron frame and covered in a blanket of Vazjuma's flesh. He was given a great dominion over the world, or rather, the world beyond the shores of the dark forests of the fair folk. It was said that the golden light that was nested within him outshone even the sun in the sky, and the gods of the earth and the heavens. He was named Adam El Assem, or First of That Which Is. The Sky Kings derived their divinity from Assem, and it was through their claim of divine ancestry that they did commit a great many terrible acts against their fellow man. However, this acknowledgement of their heritage was at odds with the official dogma of the late imperial cult. Assem was regarded as an ancient king of men, and many knew that the Iron Crown was Assem's crown, but his own divinity was often excluded from the state religion due to how it might diminish the claimed inherent divinity of the House of Apollon.
Okay.
In some tellings, it was even stated plainly that the oldest ancestor of that great house, Harion the hero, won the Iron Crown when he killed Assem with his own hand.
Okay. So the idea is that Assem really wasn't a divine being, he was just the first man, and that the first king of old Europe won the crown in combat.
A ludicrous claim, as more than 5,000 years separated the doom of Papadopoulos and the birth of old Harion.
Gotcha.
There were, of course, others who were known to have walked the streets of Odd alongside Assem and the young gods. While not spoken of with the same reverence, it is generally recognized that the goddess of starlight, Ea, spent time in the court of Papadopoulos.
And she is supposed to be the goddess of the Fae, I believe.
This goddess was later called Titania by men, and was most beloved among the fair folk in the shaded lands across the western sea. The god Dirch was revered among those people who lived in Yin in the distant east. Dirch was said to sleep beneath the deep sea, and the waves from the ocean were the result of his slow breathing. Dirch was almost always depicted as a great and terrible crustacean who had once come ashore in the form of a man to take a human wife with him back to his home beneath the water. The old dragons were said to worship a flaming god who gifted Assem with fire, but without a written memory, any record of this being's name or identity has long been lost.
Interesting.
Within Dava, no god was spoken of with more fear than our divine ancestor, the King in Red, who was called the Lord of Memory, or the Bleeding Monarch among our people. The King in Red was said to have taken counsel in Papadopoulos before its fall, and inked the first chronicle of the Dava, the Codex Archaic, in his own blood. Many of the queens of the Dava and the kings of Malidraug claimed direct lineage from the King in Red, and it was commonly accepted, albeit unlikely, that the great royal houses of Dava were those with the closest direct link to the King in Red.
Okay.
But our relationship with our divine ancestor was not one of reverence.
Right.
In the written history of our people, the Queen Kinawise of Azadahaka grew to love another entity of the ancient world, one that is presumed to have predated even the gods. the divine paragon of all knowledge, who was called the Serpent.
Okay, the Serpent
A new
of Knowledge.
cult sprang from her governorship
So she's supposed to be Eve, then?
of Azadahaka, the many hands of the Serpent, who above all else
The
coveted
Serpent's
the
hand.
pursuit of knowledge over memory. This began a paradigm shift within the established order of the Dava, as the
Okay.
old tenets of sacred remembrance were thought by many to have been supplanted by a lust for new wisdom.
Okay, so then the Davites had kind of a schism where they split between chronicling history and seeking of new knowledge. And so that, I guess, is how the Serpent's Hand became, created. They were an offshoot of the Davites. I'm assuming that's what this is they're talking about. As they were seeking, the knowledge of everything.
So it was that the King in Red writhed with jealousy and fear over being replaced, demanding the undiluted worship of the Dava for himself alone. For 3 long months, blood rained from the sky over Azadahaka, and the spirit of the King in Red, whose physical form had long since left for his sullen halls deep below the earth, came into the dominion of the Queen Kinawise as a terrible plague.
Is this the Scarlet King? Again, that's the only other thing I could think of, right?
For each new horror, though, the Dava of Azadahaka responded with wisdom gained through communion with the Serpent, and each new horror was rebuffed. When it was clear that those people would not be so easily admonished for their supposed sin, the King in Red himself appeared in his wretched glory from down below to break the lands of Azadahaka as a punishment for the crimes of its monarch and the heresy of its populace. From his blasphemed throne deep below the earth, he brought forth into the world a host of ancient nightmares, lost even to memory, and loosed them upon his people.
Damn.
To his side he called 7 fell lieutenants, his brides, the maidens of agony, and commissioned them to bring ruin upon the world.
It's very Dark Souls. It's very Dark Souls, man. This being that that is the creator of the Davites. They, cherish history and chronicling of knowledge. And then one of the queens essentially seems to split off after discovering the Serpent of Knowledge, the Serpent of Is. And I assume that means, that's the origin of the Serpent's Hand. Maybe not. It might be something else, but that's what I'm assuming right now from everything that I'm gleaming. And then has now seeking to punish all of those who are no longer worshiping him and are essentially coveting knowledge instead of chronicling history and all that was, by trying to destroy them and releasing all kinds of ancient creatures from beneath the earth.
In despair, the Queen Kinawise cried out for aid and was answered by 3 great sovereigns of the Dava. Raifnild, the Sunrise Queen of Ashma, Empress Agatha of Greater Jahi, and Moros, who was called the Mad King of Malidraug. There was a great struggle on the slopes of the great mountain fortress of Zahak, where all the rage and putrescence of the god of blood and memory was laid bare to the world, and the battle would last the life of an entire generation.
Damn.
In that long battle, the Sunrise Queen was destroyed, as was her daughter, Raifleen. But a champion of Jahi named Stella the Sanctified load the King in Red with a hammer strike, and the Mad King placed upon him a terrible enchantment, binding him once more into the bowels of the earth. As he fell, The king in red cursed the name of those who walk upon Gaia's bounty, and swore that once his brides were born again, and his seven
Scarlet
sons
King
were seeded into the world, he would have his final cruelty against us all.
Okay.
An account of Petrus the scribe, Dava archivist.
Damn, that's a pretty dope story. You know, the Scarlet King feeling betrayed, seeking, you know, retribution for those who don't want to worship him anymore. And then, you know, these heroes come and battle him. The fight lasts for a generation. Several of them were killed, but eventually he was struck down, bound, and then cursed back down to beneath the earth, and now, you know, has then set a curse upon them that eventually his 7 wives will once again appear and will break his shackles, and he will have his revenge. That's dude, like, so many, this pretty big lore drop from a lot of different stories going on here. This is almost like a collection of short stories going on here. This is dope.
Assigned to the governor of Cana. Narrative collected by Agent Armin Khachaturian. I am standing in a group of people beneath a cliffside. Beyond the shelter provided by the rock face, a fierce storm rages. The sky is dark, the only light coming from bolts of lightning that briefly illuminate a mountainous countryside. Next to me is Rolfel, the governor's prefect in Camarilla, where we are traveling. We are a week's hard ride from Cana in the east, having fled from Ukbar in Europe when the garrison there seized control of the city 2 weeks prior. Another stake of lightning. One of our group screams, pointing skyward. Above us we see a shape moving against the roiling skies, something not of this world. The sky brightens again, only for a moment, and I see segmented legs, chattering claws, and shining armor. A terrible cacophony raises above the roar of the storm, the sound of a multitude of voices crying out in unison. One of our own names this creature, the Lord of Faces. It circles overhead slowly, the slow beat of its enormous wings spraying us with water mixed with a miasma from the creature's flesh.
I don't think I know this.
I hear the cries of individuals through the nightmarish dissonance. They are agonized, begging, pleading. They want to die. They are not permitted to die. They are held there, unable to do little more than suffer and scream. I cover my eyes, but the sound cuts through my palms. I hear nothing but a choir of damned souls bleeding into the very essence of my body. One of our group panics and flees. With a rush of air and the terrible grinding of claws and chitin, they are picked from the ground. Their voice joins the others. Then, another sound, a single voice, distantly human, but no less terrible than the choir of the flying nightmare. As lightning cuts across the sky once more, I see it coming over the mountaintop. A colossus. Fire and smoke pours from its eyes, of which there were 6, and it scaled the mountainside like a dreadful insect crawling on 6 arms. At the end of 2, the wrists terminate in spiked mounds which sunder the earth beneath them with every great crash against it. As it comes into view of our meager shelter, it raises up on 2 legs, and we see fully the extent of its enormous size. Its body is like a man, but grossly misshapen and twisted. It bellows, not from an open mouth, but from somewhere else. From great fissures in its chest, more smoke and fire leaps forth, and the heat of its rage turns the rain in the sky to steam. I hear another of our group cry out, What is that? The prefect Rolfel responds, "It is the Lord Lancelot, cursed though he is. It can be no other." Suddenly, there is another rush of air. The legion of screaming echoes across the range, and the flying nightmare descends towards the thing that once was the Lord's iron hand. It lands, and now it too is fully illuminated, like a spider, with great leathery wings and a rattling tail that ends in a terrible barbed spike. The light shines off its armor, which reflects.
Okay, so is this an account of Lancelot fighting one of the profaned creatures?
The valley around us, and beyond the mirror of its plate I can see writhing faces, desperate and horrid. The creature raises up its two great claws towards the heavens, and the shrieks become louder even than they were before. We are reduced, all of us, to wriggling flesh things, naked and impotent before a dark god. And then it is cast aside. There is the sound of a hammer falling on cold iron, and the creature is tossed into the mountainside as one of the demon's spiked hands is brought to bear against its shining armor. The terrible spider screams, not with the voices held captive within itself, but with its own voice, alien and pitiful, like the whine of a beast.
Jesus.
The demon turns towards where the spider has fallen, and the flesh over the demon's spine tears free. A plume of flame erupts from within as it is propelled across the valley with uncanny speed. Through the din of this clash, I hear it speak, not in a tongue I know, but with words I recognize nonetheless. Loathsome insect, wretched Fae, what have you done to me? The demon is now a pillar of fire, even as the chattering spider drives its spike through his neck. Blood floods the valley below, and smoke pours from the wound, but the demon is undeterred. Wrath you prescribe to me, man's inherent hatred. Very well, I shall acquiesce. You will have my wrath, insect, until nothing of me remains.
Damn.
We huddle beneath the cliff for what feels like days, until at last the sound of their horrible conflict fades into the distance, little more than thunder on the horizon. We flee, few of us though remain. Neither the demon that was once called Lancelot, or the great and miserable spider, are ever seen again in the lands east of Europe. An account of Arvadicus the Explorer, chronicler of the Dava. These are the words of Arvadicus, son of Mang and Neandra, who was called the Explorer in those ancient times, and who kept a great many records of the happenings within Europe during my time traveling that land. In the final years of the House of Apollon, I was a guest at the convent of my friend the Primera Fioria, who allowed me to stay in her estate while I assembled my chronicle. The first of the great calamities that befell the old House of Apollon came before its doom was sealed. Cyrus VIII von Apollon, the last of the great kings, met his end upon the western sea as his armies returned from their conquest of the ferries. Dragged into the deepening wake, his own iron chains bound upon him, he was consigned to the great dark of that ocean.
You know, I'd like to see as as we're talking about, we're thinking about, all of these different things. I would love to see DJ Cactus or some kind of artist or whatever, if there isn't one already. I haven't looked for it, which I might do after this, but I would love to see kind of like an old world map of what
just an old world map, with all the continents, and essentially it broken down into the various territories and factions during this time. The Sky Kings of Europe, where the Davites were supposed to be, a lot of these other groups and factions. I'm assuming the Fae were in, North America or South America, because the prison of Titania, whatever, I believe it was said it was in South America. So they were over there. I just think it would be pretty sick to see, like a world map and like an art style of like one of those old kind of world atlas maps or whatever. Just like an ancient maps art style depicting all the various territories and countries and factions and where they were, just so you can have kind of like a visual reference of where these lands were, and where some of these battles may have taken place, and et cetera, et cetera. I think that would be pretty sick for someone to do if it hasn't been done already.
Never again to draw breath in the deepening wake, his own iron chains bound upon him, he was consigned to the great dark of that ocean, never again to draw breath in this world. But his lieutenants, the knights Lancelot, Hector, Lahire, and Ogier, did return from that distant land.
Yep.
And with them the treasure their king had taken as his prize. A fairy princess, the daughter of some regal body, now shattered and broken beneath the weight of Apollon's war machine. Though it burned her flesh, they bound her in black iron within a pine box, and muffled her screams with wool and wheat stalk. She was delivered, wretched a thing as she had become, to the Sky King Sarus IX, Lord of heaven and earth, inheritor of Asem's iron crown. It is said that the torment that Sarus IX inflicted upon the fairy princess was the most wicked this world had ever known. Cruelty without measure, without reprieve. And for what? Because her people had resisted their invaders?
Yeah.
Because she had set alight the vessel of the man who had crushed her kinfolk's skulls beneath his boot? Or was it because of a greater slight? One that has always existed within the hearts of men. A grand dispassion against the fair folk for that old sin, the crime they had committed against the first man. What motive had he for this terrible oppression is lost to time. But those in...
Interesting idea of that. It could be a situation where, Adam plucked a star from the sky. This was seen as an offense by the fairies. The fairies attacked and potentially shattered him into pieces and imprisoned those pieces, or just him in general. It still isn't very clear to me exactly what happened to him. I don't think it's been exactly explained. It seems at one point in time he was imprisoned in Titania. Now it also seems that he is imprisoned in the Department of Abnormalities, perhaps along with the Crown. But essentially, perhaps, according to one of these stories earlier, that their lore is that he was shattered into pieces. So maybe that's what happened. Maybe he was broken up into different pieces, and each of those pieces, maybe they could be brought back together to make him whole again or something like that. Who knows? But it could be that, they at some point in time, sought revenge against the Fae for, that. Who knows?
In the court of the Sky King note that, if nothing else, the princess knew true suffering in those days. When his fetid vengeance had been wrought against her and not broken her will, Sarus IX, refusing to acknowledge his own impotence, had a grim burial place dug for her. Deep into the earth, Down where the miasma of sorrow and despair mixes with the dark things of this world, he had placed an iron sarcophagus within a stone crypt. When the time came for the princess to be laid in this miserable place, the wretched hierophants of the cult of Edis took what little dignity she had reserved, filling her with preserving balms, and then sealed her in that sullen place. Her tomb was buried, and it was ordained that never again would she see the light of day. In that dark place, the princess uttered a curse, ancient and forsaken, against all mankind. Deeper even than she, at the bottom of the world, 3 horrors of the old world answered her call. The first of the Lord Knights to fall was Lahire, who was called the Lord's Blade. It is said he became a writhing, horrible thing before he disappeared into the sea and was lost. Next was the Lord Lancelot, the Great Terror, who was changed into something wholly awful and ruinous, breaching the very walls of High Apollona in his terrible rage as he fled the city to the northeast.
And he's still there in the city of Autopapadopolis or whatever. Supposedly dead, but not.
Then was the Lord Hector, who it is said was the most piteous of them all. Racked with grief, he was cast out from the court of the Sky King, who named him interloper and betrayer, and had his honor stricken from the records of the House of Apollon.
And was sent on a redemption quest to have to destroy the Children of the Night and the goddess Titania, whatever. And, you know, we got into that story in the last video with the Children of the Night.
As for the Lord Ogier, his fate was a mystery. He disappeared on the night of the Transfiguration and was never seen in Europe again. In the wake of this great sorrow, Cyrus IX delved even deeper into madness. For many years, he lusted over the recognition offered by the population towards the famed knights that his father had allowed, and was loath to replace them. Instead, he abandoned the title of Sky King, thereafter being called Von Apollon the Most High, and decreed that he alone would serve as the sword and shield of all Europe as its divine sovereign. The imperial cult was, unsurprisingly, eager to fall in line. However, the realm quickly fell to chaos. The Shatterchrist, loyal only to their Lord Knight, abandoned High Apollona to follow the demon Lancelot into the northeast.
Okay.
The king's standing army...
So his greatest soldiers in the army left with Lancelot.
He all but dissolved, its generals and lieutenants fracturing and seizing territory for themselves. Provinces in the east abandoned their loyalties, and many near the capital in the west attempted to flee the continent altogether.
So without the knights, he essentially lost all power and authority.
Cyrus became even more reclusive and obsessed with his own self-proclaimed divinity, and his legions of inquisitors began building great altars to their god, whereupon ritualistic sacrifices were held.
So I wonder if that is part of what happened with the crown. Like, is that part of the curse that she put on them? Or is this part of, like, the crown and its corruption of men, you know, essentially? Because, like, you know, originally the crown was made by Adam at the behest of Seth, and then both Cain and Abel coveted it and, you know, tried to fight him for it. And, you know, Adam essentially cursed them in different ways. And then Seth somehow snuck in, got the crown, you know, stole it from him, and then gave it to this lineage after befriending one of them, you know, the first king. And, you know, it seems like eventually down the line they became corrupt as well. So, like, yeah, it's a question I have.
First of beasts, and then of men.
That's now they're talking about worshiping other gods.
Self-proclaimed divinity. and his legions of inquisitors began building great altars to their god, whereupon ritualistic sacrifices were held, first of beasts, and then of men.
Okay, so they first sacrificed animals and then men.
Then came the profanities, ancient horrors that walked the earth eons before the first stone was laid in Assemb's golden
we're talking
city.
about the 3 profanities that
There first came upon the continent
created
a dreadful storm of ice and frozen rain, and a cold that could freeze the blood of a man within his own body.
Yep.
This was the Venuvinex, the profane restrictor, who appeared beyond the walls of High Apollona as a horrid specter of creeping death. Any who approached the Venuvinex became chilled until the last of their life's warmth left them, and in its wake was a winter without end. For many grim months did the peoples of that city suffer and die, trapped behind the meager protection of the city walls. And yet the god of Apollona did not stir to aid his countrymen. Not until the king's own daughter, the Princess Saria, felt the touch of the Venuvinex. Her body trembled until no strength remained, and then she too was still. In that moment, it was said that Saris came out of his high citadel as if he were a bolt of lightning. Those who remained to witness it said the heat of his rage set the very clouds in the sky alight, and that when he brought the spears of his father through the Venuvinex and into the ground, the earth beneath him cracked and splintered, and the 2 of them fell into that boiling red wound.
I think that's the spear of the unbeliever, spear of destiny or whatever. I think. Maybe I misremember. I might be mistaken. It might be something else. But I if I remember correctly, at one point in time, that the spear of the unbelievers was something that these kings had. So I'm wondering if that's what he's talking about, the spear.
It was within that chasm that Saris sealed away the Venuvinex. However, this tale was a lie. I, like many other, had sought shelter within the walls of the city to fend off the terrible cold, and with mine own eyes did I see a figure carrying a flaming hammer depart from High Apollona to do battle against the Venuvinex, all while the royal estate remained sealed. The name of this champion I never learned, but I know this for certain. It was not the Sky King.
Interesting. Another situation where the Sky King's taking credit for someone else's work.
It was a woman, long and lean, with a hammer in one hand and a crested shield in the other.
Hey, it's America.
She wore no protection against the cold, save a simple woolen cloak. Through the dark I saw not her eyes, but her hair was as radiant as the sun, orange and yellow and red. She noticed me as she passed. We acknowledged each other, and then she disappeared from history.
Interesting.
Where she lies buried I cannot say, but when Saris awoke to find the Venuvinex slain, he quickly assured his people that it was their divine god king who had delivered them from the profane restrictor, and any chance at learning who she had been vanished with the freezing winds. In time, word spread of another great profanity that had emerged in the east. In whispered tones, people spoke about a great insect, a horrible crawling thing with fluttering wings and impenetrable skin. In the tongue of the Eastermen, this creature was called the Lamanilant, the profane adamant. A single survivor from the town of Room was said to have imparted a tale of considerable woe. The Lamanilant had descended from the sky, consumed every man, woman, and child, and then retreated before the sun had risen the next day. No sword would cut its hide. No spear could pierce its flesh. It was undeterred by fire or water or any of the tools of nature. It was said to even fall from great heights and feel no shock from the impact.
Interesting.
But with the story of the Lamanaland came another, one that those who had witnessed the transformation of the Great Terror found all too convincing. Whether by miscommunication or an error in translation, a tale of the demon Lancelot finding and battling the profane adamant in the mountains of Chimeria was retold as the demon becoming the Lamanaland.
Okay.
It was said that this horrible insectoid form was the final stage of his terrible transfiguration.
Interesting.
And so from then afterwards, the name Lancelot was spoken interchangeably with that of the great insect.
Okay.
The last of the profanities emerged on the final night of the reign of King Cyrus IX von Apollon. The King of Europe, maddened by loss and the rapid decline of his authority, sought to raise another army to begin a final campaign of annihilation against the Fae, who he viewed as the source of his humiliation. He recalled all of his soldiers to High Apolliana, though few would answer his summons. His commanders had long since abandoned him, weak as he had become, but there were still those whose necks were not yet free of the Sky King's boot. On the night of his ruin, his shambling army of 8,000 men was to depart the city for the coast, leaving High Apolliana nearly empty. It was from a great distance that I saw what came next. The fall of the House of Apollon took place at dusk, on the final night of autumn. A soft rain had passed over the lands of the Sky King throughout much of the day, and there was a haze. We first heard the rumbling as the sun began to set. My friend, the Primera, feared it was an earthquake. Then we heard a sound I will never forget. Like a droplet of water fallen from a great height, but loud and deep, very deep. A great rolling sound that swept across the plains between the city and the steppe where the convent sat. Through the haze, we saw very little, but we could hear distant sounds, the earth breaking, screams, stone and mortar being reduced to little more than dust. Just before sundown, I had retired to the washroom to prepare for my rest. We had anticipated journeying to the capital on the next morning to survey what had occurred.
Ain't gonna be nothing there.
By the mirror in my chamber, I did see in the reflection a break in the haze, and the capital illuminated by the setting sun. What I saw in that instant was a horror unlike any I had ever known, or would ever know, throughout my entire life. The thing that emerged from beneath the earth to swallow the House of Apollon was not a creature made by Gaia. It was not a creature that would have found patronage by any god of the heavens or earth. It was an abnormality, something that should not be. A creature whose very essence was inimical to all living things.
Something
It was
from all that
colossal,
isn't.
and beneath the weight of its horrible radiance, the entire city was being pulled into the dark below. But the mere sight of this terror, through the haze and in a reflection, caused my body to convulse.
Yep.
I was blinded instantly, and knew in that instant that many years had been taken from my life. For long hours I lingered on the brink of death, shuddering and shaking as the grim essence of this thing I had seen ran its course through me. In time I was found and brought to see a minister, where I managed to make a recovery after some months. I learned then that my friend the Primera had seen the horror directly, from our perch on the edge of the convent's tallest tower. While I no longer had eyes to see her with, the description from the curator was almost too tragic to speak of. Her blood had boiled in her veins and then hardened, Her mind had gone soft and leaked out through her open mouth,
Jesus.
and her face had collapsed back into her vacant skull, which all now had the consistency of a soft cheese.
Disgusting.
Oh, what horrors we suffered. What horrors we had yet to suffer. Obviously, not all of this is explicitly relevant to understanding SCP-6765, but instead helps continue to build the overall canon of this time period.
Which I'm all about.
We'll get to an explanation of the relevant bits at the end of the document, but there's certainly some very interesting tidbits here. Some that fills in some gaps and some that creates new ones. Needless to say, the period of time after the Sky Kings ravaged the fairies was not great for practically anyone.
At all.
And brought about the end of an era.
And it seemed to have been then, I guess, ended by the flood that Noah created. Like it seemed, and maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like it's a situation where all this shit happened and it culminated in the flood that Noah created. And then after that, the world seemed to have been changed forever. Things were less magical. Seth had kept these profane things hidden from the world up until present time, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And then civilization kind of began anew to what we currently know as in present day. Anyway, yeah, let's continue finishing this off.
With the lore dump over, in the next part we can continue to explore SCP-6765, which still has some secrets left to it,
Okay.
even if they shouldn't be uncovered.
Okay. Quote me. No quote. God damn it. All right. So that was a lot to really kind of take in and explain. So I'll do my best to kind of shortly summarize that. I mean, the first 50 minutes or so of this was essentially them finding this Davite ruin that has it's the throne of Malidraug that was essentially created to be almost like a time capsule or a historical record. The Davites essentially at one point in time, their entire existence seemed to have been about chronicling history. They eventually had some kind of schism. They worshipped the Scarlet King. That was their god. They essentially seemed to have had some kind of schism at some point in time. And I think it was implied that this queen that broke off and sought knowledge after finding the serpent of knowledge. I posed the question, is that supposed to be Eve, but there was no like mention or reference other, further in that. But anyway, so it seems to have been implied that maybe that's the origin of the serpent's hand, moving forward. And so, instead of just chronicling history, they sought new knowledge. Scarlet King wasn't all about that. And there was a great battle that took place with a lot of, Davite heroes. Eventually, the Scarlet King was defeated and imprisoned underneath the earth, but then he set upon a curse saying that his 7 wives will eventually, be resurrected and reborn, and then my chains will be broken and I'll be released and I will, bring my vengeance upon you. But, this Davite throne of Malidraug was created as essentially kind of like a time capsule memory of a lot of this ancient knowledge. They had, an oracle had a premonition that the flood was going to happen, so they created this great spire. All the people of this civilization sacrificed themselves into this pool where all of their memory knowledge is. And the leader was a Davite named Relevin, something like that. Relevine. I might not be remembering the name correctly, but then, he's like stuck in a dream state, and the only way they can communicate is through Javert, who is a child of the night, one of the Bigfoot creatures, who essentially, I guess, escaped, and him and his family escaped and lived through the flood. and I'm assuming because they escaped the darkness and started to live under the sun, evolved into remove themselves and break themselves from the darkness. There's lore that there was once this king of theirs that danced in the darkness to the red star, and they can still hear him in his sleep. And if you give into this, you give into your primal nature, and they turn into the their more primal state. But they seem to have broken away from that, and he seems to be a more civilized book creature, and he is essentially the guide for those SCP people who have found this place, and is introduced them to Ogier and to this king, and is an intermediary giving them knowledge. And we hear of Ogier's tale, and all the stuff that happened to him, that he was cursed, came here, the king of the place made he did through a ritual administration, was able to halt the further corruption and transformation and him becoming a demon. So he's like stuck in this in between of, he still has his humanity and his human knowledge, but physically he's stuck in between human and demon. And then we go into this huge lore dump of a lot of these different things, Davite heroes of old, a lot of what happened to the kings of Apollon, et cetera, et cetera. And we just get this massive lore dump of a lot of different characters and a lot of different things leading up to, the three profanes, and what really happened to the princess. And, was the question was brought up, was what did the kings of Apollon, were they retaliating against was it just a situation where they just wanted to conquer something, or was it a situation where they decided they wanted to retaliate for what happened to Adam LSM? He plucked a star from the sky, the fairies saw it as a blasphemy. They prayed to their goddess, who created the Bigfoot species. The Bigfoot species eventually captured Adam LSM and imprisoned him, and like maybe even broke him into different pieces, and those different pieces might be in different places. Who knows? As we know, at one point in time, he was imprisoned in the prison of Titania, whatever. But also from the Department of Abnormalities video, he seems to be, it's implied that he is in there, as well as his crown is also there. So, is it a situation where they sought, some kind of vengeance because they were, an offshoot from them, yada, yada. And yeah, just a lot of crazy dark shit happened, man. And some very interesting world building, which seems to, again, like I said, have culminated into what happened with Noah and the flood. And then after that, is kind of history as we know it now. So yeah, that was part one of SCP-6765, the Demon Ogier and the Bleeding Throne of Malidraug, whatever. So we're going to go ahead and get into part two.
SCP-6765, the Demon Ogier and the Bleeding Throne of Malidraug, Part 2. A common theme among SCP stories is that of things existing in the dark and the consequences of them coming into the light. In SCP-6765, the Foundation has uncovered a veritable treasure trove of knowledge and experiences from the ancient past.
Like a literal whole history that is unknown to humanity.
And is now bringing them into the light. There is a deeper darkness in this tower, however, one that shouldn't be uncovered. And one...
Yeah, I still wonder if there's more what's going on with this Davite stuff, because, like, from what we got from part one, I don't know, with Javert, I didn't really feel like Ogier was evil or had any kind of malicious intent or was, yeah, just didn't have any kind of malicious intent. But I don't know, something about Javert and some of the, I guess, expressions they said he had at different times or something, on top of the Davite. I'm forgetting his name now already. Relevant, something like that. I don't know. It just seems like something else could be going on. But anyway.
One that could have very dire consequences if it is. The Foundation finds themselves knee-deep in blood and memories, but may find more than they bargained for. Let's continue. We pick up where we left off, after the reading of a number of historical accounts from various Davites, as well as Ogier, thanks to the power of the blood pool and the throne. Sometime after, Director Malthus and Fulweiler got onto another conference call with Director Lancaster in order to inform her of a situation brewing that they need to resolve as quickly as possible. There's an issue with Relevine, as he's been struggling recently. Dream states are often being lost midway through, or so disorganized as to be incomprehensible.
Yep.
They've tried to get Relevine to address this directly, but he's gone silent on the issue, with not even Ogier or Javert being able to coax a response from him. Due to his physiology being so alien to humans, they have no idea of how his health is, but Fulweiler has a theory. Fulweiler admits that it's purely speculation, as he doesn't want to pretend to understand how 100,000-year-old Davite alchemical technology works, but the throne is ultimately a machine, used to catch memories. The Davites, however they accomplished it, learned how to store memory in blood.
Yep.
Most of what the throne does is preserve that memory, but it is the aperture, while Relevine's body acts like a filter, catching the transient memories as they pass through. They've tested the blood inside of the machine over and over again, and noted no significant difference in it, but it's likely that there's some metaphysical component to the process, something they can't easily measure.
It's probably something that Relevine does.
As for what Fulweiler is proposing, he says that they'll need Ogier's help here, as Relevine seems more at ease with him, and perhaps if they find the right line of questioning, they can lead Relevine to the answer they're looking for without coming at it so directly.
Yeah, I'd said earlier that I think it might just be a situation where, and they kind of hinted at it as well, that like over the years, Relevine might just be losing his identity to the fact that there's, you know, potentially hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of other consciousnesses there with him. And it could just be getting to the point where he's being overwhelmed and might be merging together these other consciousnesses, becoming some kind of super consciousness, other kind of, you know, collective conscious, or other personalities are vying for dominance.
Time is of the essence here, though, and if the throne works like he believes it works, and Relevine is the filter, they might not have much to do here if the filter becomes clogged. Lancaster asks if they believe Ogier will be willing to help with this, which Fulweiler says without a doubt. So
it also brings up the question where then if that is the case, like, could someone take his place on the throne and become a new filter, you know?
Lancaster tells them to do what they need to do. We're given another dream journal entry then, written by Agent Evelyn Ivy, featuring interaction between herself, Ogier, and Relevine.
Okay.
It reads, I awake into the twilight of Ogier's dream, and he stands near me, appearing as he often does in our dreams. He greets me, but looks uncertain. Grim tidings, he says. Something sour lurks in the heart of this place. Something we have disturbed, perchance, or something rotten that was waiting to open up. What do you feel here? I ask him. He pauses. A shift. I have often communed with Lord Relevine in my many years of residence within his sacred halls.
Whatever, it's also something with the Scarlet King.
A great many things I have learned here, and through this learning I have grown closer towards the truth of Asem's lingering presence in this world. But now, when I go to my Lord Relevine, I see only shifting patterns, red and black, something sick, and behind it, somewhere, is my friend. I will show you. He turns from me, and I see now that we are standing in a wide field. I see mountains in the distance, and dark clouds forming overhead. Behind me, I see the glittering lights of Malidraug's vein. The ground rumbles beneath me. Rain begins to fall as the sun sets, and in the distance I hear the roar of water crashing against the mountainside. There is a shock as the earth beneath me begins to split. Through the din, I hear Ogier speak. His voice is quiet, as if he is praying. Relevine, Lord of Memory, long have you dreamed idly atop Malidraug's sullen throne. I bid ye awaken, if you would. The world grows still. The rumbling subsides until it is little more than a hum, and then it too goes quiet. The colors of twilight, brilliant just moments ago, fade to black and gray. Water hangs in the air around us, the first spray of an apocalypse postponed. There is silence. Then I feel it. An uncertainty, something gnawing in my chest. I feel anxiety rising inside me, an animal's reaction to a primal fear. The hairs on my arms stand on end, and sweat beads on my forehead. I look to Ogier and see him desperately gripping his arm. His body has begun to contort, cracking and breaking at the seams as red flesh and meat push through the sinew and shatter his bones. He cries out,
fuck?
And as the agony leaves his lips, I see a face forming alongside his, blank and unmoving with sunken alabaster eyes. He writhes there for a moment more, and it is then that I notice another figure standing nearby. A body hanging limply in the air, suspended as if in water. I look towards it, and I feel my chest tighten. It is Relevine, but not as I have seen them before. Their long hairs frayed and twisted, their visage blistered and pained. The scars across their chest are torn open, and from them seeps blood, black and oozing. And in the blood I see faces, screaming faces in the throes of their suffering.
I wonder if this is a representation of the other people, the Davites who'd like sacrifice themselves to this. Was it actually something that was not willing, as was said earlier?
Relevine's body shudders, and I feel the ancient fear creep into me again. From all around, I hear their voice. Saint Ogier, they speak, their voice barely a hoarse whisper. You ought not to have come. I would have desired to have you not see me in this state. Ogier heaves his massive, horrible body towards the floating Relevine, his voice choked. My Lord Relevine, what has happened to you? How have you come to be this way? Relevine's body shakes again. We are transported, not on the wind as we were in the past, but now through rock and stone, the sharp edges of the earth grinding against our skin.
Yeah, I think we're bringing down to the Scarlet King.
We sink down, deeper and deeper below until we reach a chamber at the bottom of the world. I see towering pillars stretching up into the darkness above, and all the world is lit only by the light of a single torch. There, in the center of the chamber, is a massive stone altar, etched with runes in a tongue I immediately know was lost to this darkness ages ago. Above this altar is a stone monolith, suspended in the air, hanging from some point far above us that cannot be seen. It too is inscribed with the same runes, and as I gaze at the stone, I feel a cruel energy radiating off of them. Nearby is a man, skeletal and haggard in appearance, with long, thin gray hair hanging from his face where a beard might have been. His eyes are sunken, his pupils pinpricks of light reflecting in the darkness. In his outstretched hands he holds a book, older even than he is, with pages torn and filthy, and ink so fragile and ancient it seems to disappear as the flames flicker nearby. He speaks as he reads, and his voice is low and horrible. On the altar is a nightmare clouded by smoke and fire. Blood pours down from the edge of the altar and covers the floor, and I hear a scream without beginning or end emanating from within the shuddering mass. It is inhuman, something fully not of this world. It is the primal terror I am feeling, and I want nothing more in this moment than to run, flee, tear loose from my shackles of my body, and depart to a different place, and be free from this unknowable, unspeakable horror. But I am bound here, watching this wretched man read from his book, while this monstrosity on the altar shrieks and writhes, and pulls against invisible chains. What is this wickedness?
Yeah, what is going on? Is this the Sky King reading to the fairy princess, and he's just constantly torturing her on this? Is that what this is?
Shouting over the din, and then I notice the blood seeping from the scars over Relevine's breast is the same black miasma as what pours from over the top of the altar. What are you showing us? Relevine does not move, their eyes transfixed on the scene. Blood gushes from the wounds on their chest and their groin, and their body shakes. Below us, the Hierophant raises the tome high above his head, his voice rising in a wretched crescendo that breaks over the wailing of the unseen wraith upon the slab. There is a moment where, as if by a strong wind, the smoke is blown away, and I can see it clearly. Something that betrayed all sense of reason. An idea superimposed over the form of a man. Something wearing the human form to commune with them, but that had no supposition about their distinctions. This thing, this wretched mass of grasping arms and eyes circling around a bleeding red maw, was held as if in stasis, suspended in its own toxic runoff, if for but a moment, before there is a crack from somewhere far above us, and the great stone monolith drops onto the altar. The creature screams. There is the sound of meat and magic and hot viscera, and then silence. The single torch goes still. The Hierophant is quiet.
Yeah, it seems like this is some kind of ritual that keeps happening. I'm assuming that this is the tomb of the Scarlet King, and that this is a ritual that has to keep happening to keep it imprisoned and at bay, but it's a situation where it's being weakened.
We linger in this place. After some time, I hear the echo of Relevine speaking, as if from far away. This is my divine ancestor, they say. I can feel a dread in their voice that weighs on me like a grim blanket. This is the root from which the proud Dava did grow. Everything that we were, all of our great works and accomplishments, came from this miserable creature. They sigh. This is the Lord of Memory, in the moment his soul was stripped from his body, and my forefather, the old King Moros, entombed the latter here, deep beneath this citadel. Where his spirit went, I do not know, but this festering thing has been here ever since. I learned of it when I took my place on Malidraug's throne, and was warned even then to never disturb it. The enchantments placed here are old and sacred. They cannot be remade. Relevine raises their hands, and we see now that they are blackened and scarred. The rotten body of the King in Red is leaching its poison into me, my friends.
Yeah.
It is a mindless thing, fully consumed by hate. As we have dreamed these many dreams of the sleeping Dava, the Lord of Memory's corpse has become restless, and even now it pushes against the barriers created to seal it here. I tell you now, these walls will fall in time. I have not enough strength left within me to seal this thing away again, and should it become free from its lonely place of rest, not only will this sacred archive be lost to us forever, but another horror of the ancient world will come upon you. No power remains in this world that can contest a true God, even one who has died. They look towards the darkness, and I see a terrible sadness pass over them.
Interesting. Okay, so, I mean, again, I don't know if this is going to be wrapped up in some kind of way before, you know, this ends, but this again seems to be foreshadowing that he's building up to what's going to be the release of the Scarlet King and what's going to happen, you know, should that come to pass, as there is no power left in this world because seemingly magic and whatnot has diminished and gone away that can defeat this god. I wonder if it's a situation where if Adam LSM is, you know, in pieces, if they could collect those pieces and bring it together and he could combat it, you know, or has his corruption gone too far, you know, I don't know. I would, if I were anyone in the SCP, I would want to go and then talk to Kane about this and be like, hey, you know, this is what we've learned. Do you have any knowledge of this and what could happen? You know, what could we do to prepare, kind of a situation?
There was one whom I dearly loved, who in a moment of great peril was able to calm this great malice for a time. I was not able to save her, and the effort of what she tried to do caused her memory to be washed into nothingness. I have dreamt often of her, and I have long desired to see her again. But against the dread hatred that slumbers below us, she was a moth before a torch. Then they smile. For an instant I see something like peace pass over them. But Providence has blessed us with another who may do this thing. You, my dear Ogier, were once called the greatest sorcerer of your time. Your form has diminished, but there remains a strength in you, a strength to shame even the great deeds of your masters. I look to Ogier, but his eyes do not meet mine. His heart is elsewhere, I can feel it. I do not know the way, he says. There is a rush of wind, and we are back at Relevine's throne.
Interesting. So he's trying to say that Ogier is the one that can take his place to keep the Scarlet King at bay.
They are unmoving. You will know it. Their voice is very distant now, muffled and soft. Find your light, child of Assem, and you will find your way through the darkness of the Scarlet King's tomb. And then I am awake. Seems like the happy little history lessons have come to an end.
Yeah.
From the sound of it, the rotten body of the Scarlet King is entombed somewhere in this complex. So
Okay.
a 7-man MTF team was sent down on an exploratory mission. Before they depart, Javert signs to them that much of the blood below has sat idle for a long time, and it may change what they see if they are near it, but they are only illusions. Still, they should stay as far from it as they can.
I mean, this is also a situation where this is something that's better left alone until you have more knowledge about it. I don't know. It's like, what if you go down there looking for it and you end up doing something that releases it, and thus your own doom?
He then tells them to be guided and protected by the grace of their golden sun. The team passes through an arched doorway and into a rectangular cutout in a stone wall. One of the team remarks that they have 3 gunners on this exploratory mission, and they weren't prepped on any potential hazards, so what are they looking at here? The team lead says that with any luck, they're not looking at anything, but it helps to be careful. The member asks if this is like Duck Pond careful or like that mall with the deer in it careful. The leader says that as far as she understands it, there shouldn't be anything alive down there. The member raises a question at her using the word shouldn't, but ultimately she says that they have no way of knowing and it's just better to be careful. Another asks if they're looking for anything specific, and one of the survey members says that the sleeping person up there thinks that there's probably a vertical access shaft about 500 meters down from where they are now. They used it to bring water up from underground, back when this place wasn't all underground. It might still be full of water, but as long as it's not full of blood, they can use it to get access to the lower levels, underneath all of the blood. Someone else on the team remarks that there's nothing more in life than they want than to squeeze through a tunnel underneath a skyscraper full of blood.
Yeah.
The team gets the clear to begin descending, and they pass.
I mean, not to mention, like, how old is this place? It survived, you know, how many thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of years? You know, what are the conditions that are going on the lower levels? Like, if you're going through there, are you gonna like trigger things that are gonna cause collapses, be blocked off, you know, like.
Pass into a dark stone hallway. Moving down the hallway away from the throne chamber, they pass by several other blocked stone doorways with text inscribed on them. They continue forward for another 3 minutes before reaching another archway, the frame of which is blocked by half of a stone slab, the other half appearing to have broken off and is now missing. One of the team navigates around the remaining half and onto a platform on the other side, turning away from the hallway and gazing down at a large, spiraling stone staircase centered around a deep pit. He aims his camera down into the pit, and the light from his flashlight does not reach the bottom. The rest of the team joins him, and they toss a flare down the pit, which takes several seconds before it hits the bottom. They descend down the staircase, deeper into the structure, passing by several other small openings in the wall leading to long, narrow passages. After several minutes, one of the team stops, remarking that he hears something strange. The rest of the team stops to listen, with some but not all of the others being able to hear it, and the camera is picking up nothing. It sounds like a conversation occurring somewhere in the distance. One of the team says that it doesn't feel like he's hearing it, but rather like you're suddenly remembering it, like a daydream.
Interesting.
The team leader doesn't hear anything, mentioning that she has some implants on her brainstem after an accident in 2013. She did some excessive cognitohazard training afterwards when she was relearning how to move properly, while her brain was still malleable. Command
so they could be essentially going into an area with some kind of cognitohazard. She's essentially immune to it or resistant to it.
Leader that they are clear to proceed at her discretion, so she asks the rest of the team what they think. No one has any objections with continuing, so they march on down the staircase. As they reach the bottom, they see the dropped flare lying on the damp stone floor. Across from the bottom of the staircase is a large entryway in the stone wall, leading down another hallway. One of the team produces a small drone from his bag, setting its parameters and letting it fly down the hallway. As they wait for the drone to return, the video and audio feed momentarily cuts out back at base, returning 3 seconds later. The team lead says that they felt some rumbling down here, from somewhere underneath them, maybe seismic activity. It didn't feel like seismic activity, however, and the rest of the team says that they can hear people talking again, louder now. There's a woman and a younger girl, possibly her daughter, but they can't make out what they're saying. They seem to be speaking a language none of them have heard before, but they can also decipher some sort of meaning from the conversation. The mother is trying to reassure her daughter, who is nervous. She's asking her daughter to do something, and it's making the daughter anxious. The drone then returns, reporting that there's a primary hallway here that extends around the side of whatever the larger structure of this place is, in a kind of semicircle. There are also a bunch of balcony-type structures coming off the hallway, as this section would have once been above ground.
So I wonder if it's a situation where, like, I wonder if the people's, like, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. The idea that, you know, this Davite civilization there, they did some kind of ritual sacrifice or some sort of whatever. They put all their blood in this pool, you know, but like what happened to their souls, their spirits? It's like the blood is just like essentially like a time capsule of their collective knowledge from everyone there who has chronicled the stories of ancient history. But like, so like, is this a situation where like we're seeing like the echoes of their souls, their spirits left, or is this something where the like blood is more potent down here as they're getting further down, that they're starting to be influenced by it, so they're like hearing, like literally like physically hearing memories from these people, you know? I don't know. Or is it, you know, something else entirely? Like there's some kind of like creatures down here that are mimicking things, you know? I don't know.
This area would have been some kind of promenade that would have looked out, but all of these balconies are collapsed now. There are some more inward-facing doorways that point in the direction of the center of the tower, and at the very end of this hallway is another collapsed door next to a metal fountain. The drone operator then says that the mother is telling her daughter to get into bed, and the daughter doesn't want to because it's not bedtime, and everyone else is going to sleep and not waking up.
So this is, I think, maybe a memory of a last moment of someone before they're doing this ritual sacrifice thing.
He can remember hearing this conversation when it was spoken, although he has no clue why he's able to say that. He remembers being in the room when this conversation happened, as clearly as he remembers what he had for breakfast this morning. There was a woman with her.
So yeah, it's like as they're getting deeper down, closer to this blood, like these memories are starting to permeate into them. Maybe this ritual that created this kind of library of memories through a blood medium, maybe it is just essentially one kind of giant info hazard or cognito hazard, and it like that's just how it's like stores these memories, you know? That's like whatever magic they use created a giant cognito or info hazard through the medium of blood, and Relevine is just there to decipher the various memories or something, you know. But as they're going down deeper, they're getting exposed to it, so they're like literally remembering the actual incidents like they were there when they happened.
With her daughter, and remembers being in the room when this conversation happened, as clearly as he remembers what he had for breakfast this morning. There was a woman with her daughter, and they were some of the last ones there. She wanted her daughter to go to sleep because she didn't want her to be forgotten. Interpreting this as meaning that they're getting close to their destination, they continue on. As they pass by one of the collapsed doorways out to a balcony, they stop again, remembering that someone once stood here and looked out, seen something rising up over the mountains. It was a wall of water, and he felt fear at first, knowing that he didn't have time and nothing would protect him from what was coming. But then he laughed and felt something like serenity in a moment of peace. He prayed, felt in his soul that his prayer was answered, and then he was obliterated by the impact. His blood ran down through the stones, what little remained of it, and it ran down into something below them. The people that died here are all around them, in a sense, killed, but not gone.
So yeah, they're like seeing
The
echoes
team
of what
continues
happened.
on to the collapsed doorway at the end of the hall.
It's like the ability that Cal Kestis has, kind of, you know, in the Star Wars games, where he can, you know, use the Force to see memory echoes.
Next to the metal fountain. Deducing that this is their next descent point, they clear the doorway. Once opened, they see behind it is what appears to have been the beginning of a large reservoir, although the back wall has collapsed and fallen away. Beyond where the back wall of the shaft had been is a vast chamber, the far side of which the team's lights do not reach. Many large, intricately detailed stone pillars rise up from out of the darkness below to support a ceiling somewhere above them. From their position, they can see a landing just below, dotted with rows of stone slabs, and the sound of fluid moving somewhere nearby is clearly audible. They begin preparing their descent harnesses to make their way down to that landing, and the team leader starts to report back to command about their progress when their audio and video feed cut out.
Yep, here it comes.
There is a noticeable, significant rumbling from below the command station, and several attempts are made to get in contact with the team over the course of the next 20 minutes. A secondary retrieval team is prepped after 10 minutes, but after 22 minutes, command receives an uplink from one of the team members' comms. They're still not getting video, but the team member, Brave, says that there was a rumbling and then the floor underneath them went out. They fell pretty far, with only a couple of them in their harnesses. They managed to catch a couple other members, one is still up top, but two of them, including the leader, fell further down, one of them with a broken leg.
Rip.
It's dark in here, but they seem to be on some sort of platform, and there's other platforms all around the central shaft. Brave then manages to get his video back online, showing 4 of the team members standing on a wide stone platform, with long rows of flat stone slabs running out in all directions around them. Command tells Brave to stay where they're at, as they're sending in an extraction team. While waiting, Brave approaches one of the stone slabs, showing a dark sheet draped over a figure laying on the slab. They deduce that they're in a mausoleum, as the slabs all have a groove in them that runs towards the floor, and the ground is sloped a bit towards the center. They pull the sheet back, revealing a human skeleton underneath, parts of which have been reduced to dust. They approach another slab, smaller than the others, with a sheet draped over a diminutive figure laying on the slab. They mention that they can hear the end of the conversation now, between the mother and the daughter, clear as day. The mother tells the daughter to lay down, as it's time for all of them to sleep. The daughter is afraid, but the mother assures her that it's okay to be afraid, and she is too, but they'll sleep here together and dream of each other often. They'll be together.
It's got to be like such a weird like, I don't know. The idea of like you're going through this ritual and you're going to be sacrificing your, like, I don't know. I guess it's part of the idea of like the unknown of what is going to be existence after that. You know what I mean? Like, is it going to be better than to have died, you know, naturally and have, I guess, you know, there is tech, you know, in the SCP universe, afterlives and stuff like that. So like to move on to the afterlife in the SCP universe, I guess, depending on what that is, or like what is existence going to be for you when you guys become this giant amalgamation? Are you going to have your own individuality, or are you going to merge and become some kind of new super consciousness with all the knowledge of your people? Or is it a situation where like you just become like a facet of knowledge connected to relevant, and relevant's the only like real consciousness in control of anything, and like so like you're just there for all eternity as just like a piece of information, and you don't, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But it's interesting hearing this conversation from a mother trying to ensure her child that everything is going to be okay. Just, you know, go to sleep and we'll be together in dreams. And that also, I guess, then kind of connects in some ways to like, then is that a situation where like, you know, because the children of the night kind of communicate through dreams, and there almost kind of seems to be this theme of like, I don't know if it's another reality or dimension or layer of existence or whatever you want to call it, but there seems to be this other state of consciousness in dreams where the children of the night are all kind of connected, and that's where they're able to you know, do whatever with each other, communicate, etc., etc. So like, is that what they did as well? Did they like either tap into that, or they themselves create that, or another version of that where they are all like, their consciousness has gone into like this dream state of being, and they're all kind of like stuck there in that, you know, their soul, their consciousness, or whatever, and then like their blood is just essentially like a medium of information. You know, all their knowledge is just like tied into their blood and their DNA or whatever, and like that's all it is. Their consciousness actually isn't in there, a part of that. Their consciousness has been, you know, separated and is, you know, stuck in this dream dimension or something. You know, I don't know. Lots of interesting questions, but anyway.
Together in the dark, assures her that it's okay to be afraid, and she is too, but they'll sleep here together and dream of each other often. They'll be together in the dark, and they must be strong for each other. The daughter asks if it will hurt, to which the mother responds, it will, only for a moment, and then they'll be together. The daughter doesn't want to go without her mother, however, but the mother says that it will only be for a moment, and her Nana will be there waiting for her. The mother then lays her daughter down here and draws a long knife. Her hand trembles, as even though this is not the first time she has performed this ritual, it is the hardest.
Yeah, she's killing her daughter.
She meets her daughter's fearful eyes with her own to reassure her one more time, and slides the knife across her daughter's neck and down her arms. The girl does not struggle for long, and then her body goes cold. The blood runs down through the crack in the stone into the basin below.
So it also, there seems to be this theme of like the blood running down deeper, and so like if the Scarlet King is down there, did they just merge with the Scarlet King? You know, did the blood, is that where it ended up? I don't know.
And then down the floor, across the room, mixing with the rest, until it falls away into the darkness beyond the wall. The mother stands, her heart beating fast, as she hears a roar growing outside. She knows the end has come, but something catches her attention, her focus drawn to it all at once. Her hair stands on end as something animalistic inside of her cautions her. Something else has felt the roar of the water as well, something deep below that was never meant to wake. She moves for the door, pausing only to look at her daughter, and then once towards the sky. She grips the knife in her fist and says, "My lord daughter, my lord son, be our sacred deliverance, be our quiet rest, be our living memory." She goes to the door and opens it, but their memory of the events are interrupted by the sudden arrival of the team leader and the injured team member.
God damn it.
The team leader says that they're going to want to see this, leading them through the arched doorway into the chamber beyond. There is only a single source of light dimly illuminating the room. A colossal cylinder of blood, roughly 180 meters in diameter,
Damn.
glowing and shifting. It hangs in the air, suspended by some invisible force, with rings of black stone set around it every 100 or so meters, up and down. Command sees the video feed and asks the team leader if she's alright. She's fine, but the injured member needs extraction, and they need to get a forward team down here. She then points along the side of the massive room they're in, showing a long, wide staircase extending down past them into the darkness below. With that, the team is successfully extracted, and the exploratory mission is over. On another call with Lancaster, Malthus explains that engineering teams have set up a freight elevator inside of the central shaft of the tower. It's big enough for Ogier, a strike team, and their thaumaturgical research team to go down, with Dr. Fulweiler volunteering to run operations on the ground. The bottom of the main shaft is about 7.5 kilometers below ground, so they're anticipating the descent to take about an hour and a half.
Good lord.
They also believe there to be a further area below the bottom where SCP-6765-E is located. They'll be planting relays the whole way down to keep their line of communications up, and they're going to have a zero exposure policy in place throughout, so at the first sign of trouble, they'll pull the e-brake and go back up. Lancaster asks if they've heard anything else from Relevine about what they're going to find down there, but there's been no such luck. Relevine has gone completely silent, but Ogier assures them that he's still alive, but only just. Whatever influence this entity down below has over Relevine, it's getting worse.
Yeah.
So they can't wait around hoping it's going to get better.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a situation where, like, Relevine could become, like, the avatar of the Scarlet King. Like, it could, like, take over his body, and maybe that is what's happening, you know? Huh. And Ogier is going to have to imprison him down there or something.
Thus begins Operation...
And I wonder if, again, this is some kind of cycle that keeps happening, you know, where, you know, like, Scarlet King's chains, you know, become weaker, the seals that are binding him become weaker, he's getting ready to be released, and then a new hero comes and reseals them, and then has to become the warden of it, you know, until the cycle repeats or whatever, you know, again, kind of going into the themes of repeating cycles.
Renewal, with the goal being to mitigate a hostile thaumaturgical influence deep below the complex in order to continue the ongoing success of the 6765 mission. Relevine believes that Ogier, once a renowned occultist and thaumaturgist, is capable of mitigating this influence. As for the influence, it's described by Relevine as the rotting corpse of the Lord of Memory. The Lord of Memory, also called the King in Red, is believed to have been a precursor entity to the Scarlet King.
Okay.
During an event in the distant past, the metaphysical aspect of the Lord of Memory was separated from its physical body, and the two became fully disconnected. In order to distinguish between these two related but clearly delineated entities, it is currently understood that the metaphysical aspect is what the Foundation identifies as the Scarlet King,
Gotcha.
while the previously unknown physical aspect is the King in Red.
So is it also a situation where, like, yeah, if the King in Red comes out, the Scarlet King could have access to its body again, and they could be rejoined, and thus would be brought back to our reality?
Despite apparently being a rotting corpse, the King in Red is still capable of thaumaturgical influence. We're then given a transcript of an interview between an agent and a researcher, with the researcher asking him about the lead-up to the event. The agent says that the atmosphere changed, as this isn't a particularly lighthearted assignment in general, but they've been able to keep things fairly cheery in the past, at least above ground. Once the new operation was announced, however, the mood changed almost overnight. They kept feeling these earthquakes from somewhere way below them, and there was this weird apprehension that settled in. The agent suspects that this mood shift came from the Dreamer agents. They used to go on their little seances, and then they'd come back with these wild stories of legends and heroes from long ago.
Right.
Then, over the course of a week or two, they went quiet. There weren't any fantastical tales anymore, no descriptions of ancient creatures or warriors. They would go to sleep, and when they'd wake up, they'd look empty, like they were
I wonder if they're getting possessed or something.
feeling what everyone else was feeling. Additionally, the agent says that they were working on the elevator then too, so everyone who went down into the tower below was exposed to the reservoir. The agent says that you'd think the eeriest part about it would be that it was a floating blood thing, but being down there next to it, it was like they were watching you. Everyone who had ever bled into that thing was hanging there in the air, watching you fasten a railing or lay down conduit. It felt like they were desecrating a cemetery, but there wasn't any malice about it. He thinks that they probably knew that thing was down there, and they probably had bigger concerns than a few upturned graves. We're next given a recorded conversation between Agent Evelyn Ivy and Ogier. She asks him what's wrong, and although he tries to pretend there's nothing wrong, she says that she's his friend, and they've spent months together inside of his memories. Ogier says that she is very kind, kinder perhaps than he deserves. In truth, he is afraid. His dreams of late have been grim, and the specter below them grows ever more bold.
I mean, there's some grim shit going on here, man. You're talking about, you know, some rotting corpse having black ooze just spilling out from its grave. That's, you know, also coming out of Relevant, and he's, you know, seemingly being corrupted by this entity as well, and is like dying and potentially being taken over, possibly becoming an avatar of this thing. You know, who knows what kind of, where that corruption would spread. And then Relevant's also telling, you know, Ogier that he's going to be the one that's going to have to take his place. Yada yada.
Its slumber becoming lighter. He then exclaims for her to look at him and what he's become. He is cursed, defiled, broken, and desecrated. He has been cast out from Apollon's citadel and left to wander and rot in the wastes, and yet he's meant to rebuild Moros's prison.
Yeah.
In his youth, he performed miracles and could bend Asem's lingering light as he desired. But how could this wretched form do such things? He is laid in this room, unmoving but to cross it to the stairs and then back, for an age of the earth. In all that time, he has learned and rested, but it hasn't made him any less of this thing that he has become. When he was young, he basked in the glory of the young earth, and he could move mountains. But those were the actions of Saint Ogier, the blessed disciple of Asem's son. Those were the actions of the Lord's royal pontifex. He has wasted away into nothing, a shell of the being he was, glorious and radiant. He says this form is a weight he carries on him, but then corrects himself to say that it is a weight that he has become. It was once like a parasite, but time has passed. Now he is this thing, a lumbering, cruel mockery. This is a just punishment for their sins, but he asks if this thing can accomplish the task laid out before him. Relevine once told him that throughout the many collected lives of the Dava, one constant always gave him heart. The knowledge that there were always those who would rise to resist darkness, who would find within them a hidden valor that would lead them, if not to victory, then to some kind of honor. But honor, dignity, valor, these were the attributes of greater men, of men who were given their time in the sun. What is Saint Ogier but a legend lost to time? This demon is not Saint Ogier. It is flesh and bone and little else. The lingering light faded long ago, as did he, and he apologizes if he cannot summon the strength to do this thing.
Well, man, it sounds like a situation where if you can't do it, no one can, brother.
We're next given another transcript of an interview between an agent and a researcher about the descent down into the tower shaft. The agent says that it was treacherous, to say the least. They had them tied down pretty good, but the entire place was shaking every few minutes, with stuff falling down from the ceiling. All the while, they had to look at that big glowing tube of blood next to them, which would mess with their memories. The agent was sitting there, and he gets a passing thought where he remembers being a kid and this guy was there, who looked way out of place. The guy was trying to communicate something to him, but he didn't understand what he said. The agent knows that this guy couldn't have possibly existed back then. And he knows that he didn't just show up one day in Queens and start talking crazy, but he remembers it distinctly. Other agents mentioned similar things. Sometimes.
So now their memories are kind of being altered in certain ways, whether it's, I'm assuming, you know, like they said, when they went down and they were in this, like, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, I guess basin. I don't know if it's the right word, but, you know, the giant thing holding all of the blood from all the people, and they're saying that they could feel like they were being watched, though there was no malice behind, you know, anything that was going on there. So it's like, are these like their attempts to communicate with these people, you know, by entering their memories and giving them memories, you know? Are they trying to communicate with us, you know, through these means? It seems to be the case. Or is it just like echoes of things from people who are there and they're just experiencing them?
Sometimes they'd be watching you, like you remember seeing them out of the corner of your eye once, but sometimes they'd do this sort of gesture. Ogier said it was a sign of encouragement, and he doesn't know if that's true, but the other agents bought it for sure. Everyone was doing this weird little gesture to each other, but if it was supposed to be a sign of encouragement, Ogier wasn't buying it. The agent says that he didn't look well, as every so often he'd look over to him and see his eyes closed, and he'd be moving his mouth real softly. He thinks that Ogier was praying.
Yeah, praying.
And he guesses that that's pretty telling, considering what happened.
Yep.
All of them were goofing around, ignoring obvious warnings about what was coming, and this one guy trying to find a god who would listen to him. As for what exactly happened, Director Lancaster herself interviews the team leader of the Applied Task Force sent down there about precisely that. The agent says that they reached the bottom after about 2 hours of travel. The column of blood extended all the way to the bottom, but there was a change in it as it got nearer to the end. He doesn't know how else to describe it except to say that it felt grim. Up near the top, it was glowing bright red, and there were just these streaks of black and purple running through it.
I wonder if it's a situation where, like, the blood at the top are the people who had, like, happy memories of certain things, or in the state of their sacrifice, you know, that they went through, this ritual that they went to, they were, like, happy and, I guess, looking forward to doing this, you know, for lack of a better term, or, you know, whatever. And then the stuff at the bottom are, like, people who may have been either forced to do it or were in, like, a state of panic like the mother was, or something like that, you know, or have been, you know, over time became disillusioned or depressed about the situation they're in and the existence they currently have, you know. I don't know.
But at the bottom, it was almost all black. They stopped hearing those voices.
Or if it's a situation where blood's being corrupted by the Scarlet King.
Too, the ones everyone has been talking about. It got so dark down there you couldn't see your hand in front of your face without a flashlight. The only light they didn't bring with them was the faintest red glow from way up above, but it wasn't worth much. The bottom of the tower opens up into an enormous cavern, and all around the outside of it are these massive stone pillars, big around as a house, that stretch up from the cavern floor to arch at the bottom of the tower structure. They thought there had maybe been floor there at one point, and falling debris had knocked it all away, because there was plenty of that too. Old columns, big pieces of stone, bones, residue from the tower falling apart over the last however many years. They stopped, and after they left the elevator, they set up their forward camp. It wasn't too long until 2 agents found the way down. Way in the corner of the cavern was a little building that looked like a small chapel made out of an oily black stone. The agent says that being near that place was horrible. That building, and everything underneath it, felt wrong. You got to feeling sick, but not sick to your stomach, but rather like your whole body was trying to reject whatever it was in the air. It soaked into your clothes, into your skin.
Yeah.
The agent burned his jacket after they came back up, as he just couldn't stand to look at it.
Interesting.
Inside of the chapel was a few rows of stone benches, and then a staircase at the back that led down below. The agent says that there was a horrible stench here as well, even after they put on breathing gear. The stairway down wound around a lot, and as they got deeper, the lights they were carrying started to get darker too. They weren't broken, they just didn't produce as much light.
Okay, so
Some of the other agents
we're going deeper down, and the light sources that we have are just naturally dimming and just not producing as much light. I don't know about this, fellas. That's about the time where I'd be like, okay, I think I'm gonna turn around.
Anxious and had to turn back.
Yeah.
There were a few who just stopped in the stairwell and wouldn't move, sitting in the dark for hours until the others had come back up. By the time they got to the bottom, there were only a few of them left, maybe 20. It was hardest on Ogier, who basically had to drag himself the whole way down the stairs. He didn't get a good look at his face, but he was clearly struggling. They all were, as it was a horribly oppressive place to be. the bottom of the stairway opened up into another cave, maybe the biggest he's seen in his life. By that point, their lights were almost out.
That is some
but it
creepy
didn't
looking
matter,
artwork.
as the cavern was lit from the center, way at the bottom. The cave was the tomb, with a stone monolith stretching up into the blackness above them. It was bigger than a skyscraper, and was solid rock, but at the bottom you could see where it was sitting on another stone platform. That thing was propping it up, just a bit, but the agent says that the light that came out of that place was one of those things that the eyes of men just weren't designed to look at.
Huh.
We're then provided with a transcript of their camera feed as they enter into the tomb. Light from their shoulder-mounted flashlight is significantly reduced, and they keep an arm on the agent in front of them as they continue forward.
Smart.
Ahead of them, the hallway becomes slightly more illuminated by a dull red light from somewhere up ahead.
I wonder if there's any kind of connection in the themes between this and like, I mean, not just like thematically, but like an actual connection between like this and Titania, because like both of them have to do with being deep in the ground, being almost kind of, like she was a prison, or a prison that was like created from her heart, etc. And then also like this seems to be a prison for the Red King, Scarlet King, whatever. And there's this theme of like red light, coming from down underneath. So it's like, is there more of a meaning behind this, or is this just like a thematic connection? Is this supposed to be a situation where like the like red is supposed to just be like a symbol of like the malice or whatever, or is there something more to it? You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to, I just wonder if there's something more to that, or if it is just like a thematic essence.
After a short time, the task force emerges onto a rocky ledge overlooking a deep cavern. As they step out onto the ledge, there is a loud, low rumble that emanates from the center of the room. The source of the seismic activity they've been feeling is now evident. A single massive monolith of stone rising up from a platform at the center of a shallow pool near the cavern's floor. As the earth shakes, the monolith is seen rising upwards slightly. An intense red light shines from the narrow space between the monolith and the platform over which it hangs. Ogier speaks quietly in an Anti-deluvian tongue, explaining that it is a prayer, that perhaps even in a place so dark as this, a light may still shine on them, if only for a moment. In an interview with another team leader of the task force, she says that it took no small effort to make it down to the bottom of the stairwell, as they could feel the life draining out of them. Maybe 24 of them got down there, along with Ogier and Javert. They saw a person, or perhaps more like the idea of a person.
I like that artwork. I wonder if this is supposed to like be a representation of the fairy princess, or one of the other Davite queens down here or something, or this is just random artwork. Guess we'll find out.
Maybe a woman hanging there in the air in front of this huge stone thing. She was doing some kind of magic, as they could see these symbols around her hands and around her head, but they were so dim that they could barely make them out. As they came over the lip of the platform, this person sort of craned her neck a little, like she was acknowledging that they were there. And then everything happened all at once.
The fuck?
The huge stone monolith shot up maybe a meter or two, and this energy just started pouring out of the space underneath it. The leader says that if you look at her video footage, if it managed to survive, she was watching this woman when it happened, and she was just suddenly atomized and turned to dust.
Huh.
The whole place was shaking, stones falling from the ceiling, and there was this sound, something almost indescribable.
I wonder if that's one of the wives then. Because, like, why else would you be there? Right? Unless... Like, I wonder if it's one of the wives and she made her way down there to be destroyed to break another one of the seals or something like that. Because, like, why else would you be down there other than to, like... I guess maybe it could have been one of the other offsprings of one of the queens that sealed him originally, and they're performing some magic to kind of, like, shore up something, but I don't think that's the case, right?
Like an animal noise you might hear at night, far away and lonesome, or hurt, and it was getting louder. Blood started coming over the edge of the platform, running over their shoes, and it was coming from up underneath the stone pillar like a flood. She remembers hearing one other agent shouting, and another yelling that he could see something before he got pulled in underneath it.
Yikes.
Into that horrible red thing. She's relieved that it's over and she survived, but what really gets her is knowing that they saw this old dead thing here.
Yeah.
And there has to be more like it. They found that one in South America and then this one. So how many other holes are there in the earth full of things like this?
Yeah.
They were lucky this time, as they got there in the nick of time, but what happens when they miss one? She's assured by the researcher that this is why Paragon exists, but she counters that it wasn't Paragon that saved their lives down there. We're next given an automated bulletin sent out from one of the Foundation's AI systems as an emergency warning. There has been anomalous extraspatial activity detected at SCP-6765, with multiple personnel reporting extreme cognitohazardous activity.
Okay.
Multiple personnel are also reported missing. All personnel stationed at other sites inside of the complex are to remain at their stations until further notice, and all emergency warnings at Paragon sites are Red Omega priority. In the aftermath, Lancaster conducts an interview with Fulwiler. That is some
crazy looking art.
Where she starts by saying that she's happy he's alright. They're calling what happened the Heritage Event, which started the moment the Davite woman in the tomb was destroyed.
The Heritage Event. That is a very ominous name.
Whatever enchantment she had been maintaining was already extremely weak.
Okay. So she was essentially maintaining some kind of enchantment and then... Huh. Well, I guess maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't one of the wives and it was some... You know, maybe offspring of one of the Davite queens or whatever that originally sealed them, and she was there trying to hold it in place, and it finally, like, broke.
And in a moment of hesitation, she was finally overpowered and annihilated.
Or, yeah, they distracted her, and she looked at them, and then, yeah, she was destroyed.
They believe that the monolith was acting as some kind of extraplanar prison for the King in Red. They never got a chance to inspect the platform itself, but some of the video shows what looks like a runic circle carved into the stone. It's possible, then, that Moros's intention was to create his extraplanar gate, push the King in Red through to the other side, and then just drop a giant stone on top of the gate to keep him in. There were other glyphs on the exterior of the monolith, so it's not quite as simple as that, but he gets the impression that his plan was just to put a big rock in the way. The last seal of whatever the woman had put in place failed, and so they caught the full brunt of this coming through all at once. A few of their guys were too close, so they got pulled into whatever was on the other side. Fulwiler never got a good look at this thing as it was climbing out from the platform, but a couple of others did. They still haven't found the words to describe it, so he compares it to something Lovecraftian.
So, did it actually get out? Is that what's happening? Did the seals break and the Red King, is it out now?
Truly unspeakable horror. While this thing was climbing out, that's when the shift happened, and they were all suddenly like inside of a memory. He honestly can't say if they were dreaming or not, although the AI says that the site disappeared during the Heritage event. Even after they got back, he thought they had just been asleep together, like they'd all passed out. It wasn't until he heard that they'd captured live video of it that he realized what had happened. It happened sort of all at once, as there was a flash of red light, and they suddenly found themselves in a field with the tower behind them. In the far distance, over the mountains, they could see smoke and lightning, and there was this constant, dull roar. Then suddenly the tower behind them started to shake, and they could hear screaming, millions of voices, all at once, in utter agony. And then the side of the tower was ripped open, as if someone had taken a giant zipper and run it down the front.
Okay.
That massive column of blood in the reservoir just slowly floated out, still all together. And that's where the screaming was coming from. Another voice then appeared, drowning out the screams. It was inhuman, unearthly, and the sound of it made him want to drop to the ground and scream himself.
So it seems that the Red King, Scarlet King, whatever, their seal is broken and they've been released. And they now have all of the Davites that were stored in this container, and they're all screaming as he's about to destroy them, I guess. That seems to be what's going on here, right?
It came over the mountains slowly, but it didn't move or articulate. It was just like a mannequin floating over the mountains. It was this horrible, enormous red thing with this glowing, spinning sigil behind it. And he doesn't know if it was chanting or singing, but he says that when this is all said and done, he might consider amnestics, just so he never has to have a passing thought about that voice ever again.
Damn.
The pillar of blood was floating towards it, and that's when Ogier made his first move. He just sort of raised his human hand and started speaking, and this sort of dim, reflective barrier appeared in the air in front of the column of blood. You could just tell from looking at it that it was paper thin, and sure enough, this huge thing's head jerked around to look at Ogier, and the barrier blew away like it was sand. Ogier kind of came apart then, sort of slumped over, and Javert and Agent Ivy were both there with him, but he looked horrible. Lancaster then asks if their agents exchanged fire, but this only causes Fulweiler to laugh, although he then apologizes, saying that it's not really funny, except maybe in a sort of grim way. Yes, they shot bullets at it, but this thing apparently removed their memory of how to operate firearms.
What the? Oh. What? Okay. So it protected itself by removing, like, almost like a mass suggestion, and removing their understanding, memories, of how to use weapons, essentially disarming them in that way. It erased their ability to understand how to use weapons, or at least guns. Okay.
15 trained agents with guns and mortars and all their equipment, and all it took was a look, and they had no idea what they were doing. They're still working on relearning their abilities, with Javert helping to get some of it back, but for a few of them, that memory block is just there, permanently.
Okay, so yeah, it's just like a block. It's some kind of like magical block, I guess, that's in their brain now, and they got to work on breaking down those barriers. So it's not like it's actually been erased. He just blocked their ability to access it, it seems, possibly through magical means.
The King in Red just took their memories. Lancaster asks then how they possibly made it out, and Fulweiler says that they were ruined. He knew in his heart that they were dead. He was sitting there next to another researcher, hoping that it wouldn't hurt, and then it happened. Lancaster asks what happened, to which Fulweiler asks if she's watched the video. She says that she hasn't, so he responds that she really should watch the video. The video shows the king in red visible in the background. The ground beneath its feet smokes and blackens, and the sky is blood red. In the near foreground, the colossal column of blood hangs in the air. The video shows one of the team leads shouting and pointing his rifle, but the words are not audible, with the audio consisting of only a single long drone throughout. The sound of screaming begins to rise over the drone, and the king in red lifts its arms. With a single swift motion, it tears open its own chest, revealing a completely black interior. It extends its right arm towards the pillar of blood.
It's gonna absorb it.
And there's a flash of white light, as all sounds are silenced in an instant. There is another flash of white light, and then another. The king in red visibly recoils, as the video recording is fully obscured by intense light. After a moment, the light fades. Ogier is then seen hanging in the air in front of the king in red. His body has been radically altered, now easily 30 meters in height. The creature's...
I wonder if he essentially gave in to the demon transformation to fight this thing? Is that what's going on? Or was he able to find the light in him to combat this? I don't know.
His flesh is no longer mottled red and gray, but is instead stark white and glowing with brilliant golden light. The 6 arms of the demon's body are extended out on either side of it, and its legs and feet are extended and pointing towards the ground. The head of the demonic body no longer hangs limp, but is raised. 6 long golden horns extend out from the demon's forehead and wrap backwards over its skull, as if it were wearing a helmet. From a distance, the form of a man is barely visible standing on the shoulder of the demon. The king in red then becomes animated, lunging towards Ogier. Dark red and black shapes come up from the earth around its feet, but they are buffeted away by a pulsing aura emanating from within Ogier. The king in red shrieks, and it runs across the wide plain towards Ogier. As it nears, the sound is stripped away again. The voice of Ogier then cuts through the silence, saying, "Return, wretched incarnation. Unfit now to walk Asem's golden streets. Return to the dark, where in ages past you were resigned, and remain there until the undoing of the earth. I am Ogier, wielder of Asem's golden sun, before which you are little more than a passing shadow."
God damn, Ogier is a fucking giga chat here, brother. Okay, hold up.
"Go now willingly, or be undone." Despite this, the king in red continues to close the distance, so Ogier's arms move in unison, each of the 3 left arms bending at their elbows until they come together in a wide curve. The 3 arms on the right reach out over the left, and in them appears 3 long golden arrows. The 3 right arms pull the arrows back across the bow created by the left, and with a sound like a rush of wind, releases them. The 3 arrows impact the king in red, and there is a flash of light and a loud bang. Both the arrows and the king are pushed backwards through the mountain. Ogier disappears, and then reappears seconds later in front of the large crater on the mountainside. Its arms extend outwards again, tracing a glowing white circle in the sky as they do. Behind the glowing circle, the king is seen writhing. There is a final flash of white light, and the plains and mountains disappear. There is nothing but blackness for a moment, and then suddenly the platform within the cavern beneath SCP-6765 becomes visible again. Red light pulses and blood sprays out from underneath the monolith, and an animalistic roar is heard from below. Ogier appears in front of the stone suddenly, and grasping the right and left sides of the monolith, he slams it down on top of the platform. As this happens, the video recording cuts off suddenly.
God damn. My man Ogier stepped up and fucked this dude up. I want to see this in like an anime form. That's how I'm like picturing it in my mind. You know, I'm just seeing like some anime shit happening here. I just hope like I don't know. I don't know what I want to say, other than I just want to see this in a cinematic form of some sort, whether it's, you know, animated, whatever. It's the same thing with, you know, Warhammer. I've said it numerous times throughout numerous videos. Like, my preferred, you know, medium of entertainment is movies, TV shows, etc. It's kind of what I really grew up with, and like, just seeing the spectacle of this battle done, you know, properly in that kind of way would be just dope to see, man. You know, I would love to see this done that way. It almost has, it again has a very mythological, you know, ancient hero feel to it. And it also makes me wonder, like, you know, how powerful really was Assem, because like he's tapping into some of Adam LSM's like power to use this, right? You know, so it's like, but I also wonder if he's essentially able to, if he's using the curse of his demon form, but in control of it himself, and then through the miracles able to like enhance his demon form with Adam LSM's divine power to, you know, utilize both aspects to fight the Scarlet King, essentially, is what's happening. Kind of what it sounds like. So his curse ends up becoming our salvation.
Finally, we're provided a transcript from a call between Lancaster and 05-1. He asks her if the Black Moon howls, a common code phrase, to which she responds, "Before the waters crested the high hills, in old Noah's time." He says that it's good to hear from her, as he's been reviewing her project notes and the footage, and it's a lot to take in.
No shit.
He asks if the situation at 6765 has been stabilized, which she believes has. They were able to make their first contact with Relevine since before the Heritage event. It's muted, but the Dreamer is still dreaming in there, so they weren't.
So I wonder if that also means that he's like gotten healthier now, you know? If Ogier has been able to put the seal back in place properly, if that's like reduced the corruption that was happened to Relevant.
Too late. Ogier is still down below, spending most of his time now working on the circles around that stone pillar. He doesn't need to eat or sleep, and seems content to just make sure the wards he's placing down there will hold as long as the originals did, at least. 051 asks if the demon part of Ogier has shown any kind of autonomy since the Heritage event, where they became separated. Lancaster says that no, it hasn't, as the demon is just an extension of Ogier, and they're two parts of the same unit. Just because Ogier has his legs back doesn't mean their will is separated now. Sometimes you can almost catch the demon mimicking Ogier's actions, like it's trying to follow along,
Hmm.
It's like the commands are coming from the same place, but one of the bodies is receiving them just a little more slowly than the other. Thankfully, it's not as big anymore as it was in there for a bit, otherwise they'd have no way of trying to get it out of the cavern. 051 says that he's very impressed with her and her people, and a whole lot of people owe them their lives. Lancaster says
No
that they
shit.
have a good team, with Malthus never missing details, and Fulweiler never seeming to tire. He's been working almost non-stop the last few weeks just doing data entry, writing down accounts they've taken from the archive. She then says that 051's message indicated that there was something else he wanted to talk about. 051 says that just before Ogier made his dramatic reawakening, there was a disturbance noted at another anomalous location they keep track of. This location is very much the kind of place where any disturbance at all is unanticipated.
Is it a situation where Adam Ellison kind of awoke because he tapped into his power? Is that what they're going to be referring to? Him down here in the Department of Anomalies?
Something stirred that should not have stirred, and he believes it may be connected to the work they've been doing. If nothing else, he'd like her to start putting together another team to take a look into it. She says that they'd be happy to, and asks where this location is exactly. In response, he asks her if she's ever heard of the Department of Abnormalities.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, there's a lot to go over here.
No shit.
Let's start with SCP-6765 itself, the tower that was once the tallest spire of the vein of Malidraug. Malidraug was a Davite city-state, founded by the Mad King Moros.
Right.
Dava was
that.
a secretive, often violent civilization ruled by a matriarchy. They had notable interests in two things: anomalous botany and blood magic.
I mean, it seems like the depiction of them in this is that they weren't really that bad or evil or warlike. They were just kind of chroniclers of history, and they did this, great ritual to essentially store the ancient knowledge they had had of the world and their civilization so it would survive the Great Flood.
It's this second aspect that's much more important to 6765. Malidraug was a bit of a unique oddity among Davite city-states,
Okay.
as rather than a matriarchy, they enforced a strict patriarchy, regardless
Yeah.
of the ruler's birth sex.
That is true, yeah.
Relevine, the sorcerer king, had originally been born as Relea, for example.
Oh, that's true. They did mention that he was once daughter and then son.
One of the other things that the Davites were notable for were being strict record keepers, a trait that carried on in a unique way in the vein of Malidraug. Rather than simply writing things down, they used a combination of mechanical engineering and thaumaturgy to create the Throne of Malidraug,
Right.
capable of recording memories in blood. As it turns out, their association with blood, as well as memories, is not random happenstance, but rather is due to their connection with the Scarlet King,
Right.
also known as the King of Blood. Relevine says that the Scarlet King is the root from which the Dava grew, and everything that they were and everything that they did came from it.
Mm-hmm.
At some point in the ancient past, however, something happened to the Scarlet King that caused its physical body to die and its spirit to become separated.
Right. And so, like, that's when they had lost a certain type of memory, right? Because they had mentioned that at some point in time, like, they had worshipped a divine, and then something happened with the divine, and they had lost a lot of memory. Then they stopped worshiping the divine so that they would no longer, they'd like regain the memories that they'd lost, and then they stopped worshiping this divine so that they wouldn't have that memory loss happen again.
That being said, it's not dead in the strictest sense of the word, as it continues to poison Relevine with mindless hate every time that he utilizes the throne to relive someone's memories.
This is also interesting then, like, what would have happened to the Scarlet King to kill its physical form, right? Or was it a situation where, like, it did some kind of ritual to try to tap into something else, and that was the side effect of it? It killed the physical form and separated the spirit from the physical form, or did someone betray it, or, who knows?
When the Scarlet King's body and spirit were separated, the Mad King Moros entombed its body underneath the Holy Tower, utilizing magical enchantments and a big rock. The Davite woman down there was apparently someone Relevine dearly loved, and she had been able to calm the restless corpse for some time. When the Foundation stumbled into the tomb, however, she became momentarily distracted, and the power of the Scarlet King's corpse instantly annihilated her as it started to become free.
Yeah.
That brings us to Ogier. Ogier was one of the 4 knights of the Sky Kings, along with Hector, Lahire, and Lancelot. Lahire was known as a great swordsman, as well as being promiscuous. Lancelot was known as a fearsome warlord and tactician. Hector was known as being a stalwart defender of the realm and personal shield to the king, while Ogier was known as a master occultist and thaumaturgist.
Yeah, he was a sorcerer.
He had a keen mastery over the dying light of Assem, which lingered in the lands in those days, lending him prowess as a great sorcerer, which put him at odds with the imperial cult, who promoted only the innate divinity of the Sky Kings themselves, not of Assem from ages past. Things went wrong for the 4 knights, along with the Sky Kings and all of old Europe, when a captured fairy princess placed a curse on them after the Sky King Cyrus VIII ravaged their civilization.
And then the Ninth kept torturing
her. During the following 25 years or so, in which time the princess was tortured and entombed, many calamities fell on Apollon, including flooding, famine, and pestilence. Eventually, this culminated with the 4 great knights being transformed into primeval demons, and the 3 great profanities bringing an end to the Sky Kings and the current reign of humanity. Lahire was driven from the kingdom after being branded with an arcane symbol, eventually coming to reside in present-day Alabama, where he is now designated as SCP-2254. Lancelot went on a killing spree across the countryside as he fled, eventually coming to Autopapadopolis, the ancient city of Assem. Here, he would have destroyed the entire city if not for the efforts of a dragon, a sea lord, and the Dava sorcerer Relevine, who managed to slay Lancelot. Hector had been cast out by Cyrus IX due to his abominable form, and was ordered to head back across the sea in order to destroy the heart of the Fey curse.
And he's stuck there currently.
This led him to SCP-6666, Titania, a dead fairy god worshipped by the Children of the Night. Hector had torn open a hole into the side of Titania and demanded a wish from her, that she pour out a poisonous gas for eternity in order to keep the Children of the Night from awakening and returning en masse. The Foundation almost messed this situation up, but Hector continues to remain there to ensure that the children don't return. Finally, Ogier fled Apollon in the midst of his transformation, eventually coming to Malidraug, where Relevine took him into the tower. Here, he performed some blood magic to halt the transformation, although this apparently left Relevine weaker than before. Destruction would soon come to Malidraug as well, however, along with the rest of the world, when a great flood swept the earth. The flood was caused by a human sorcerer named Noah, who managed to escape from his Children of the Night captors.
He was imprisoned and tortured there along with Methuselah, and eventually he was able to escape and sacrifice his body through some kind of rituals to create the Great Flood to drown them out.
And ushered forth a flood that covered the planet for 100 years, ending the Anti-deluvian era. The people of Malidraug, however, fled to the tower, as it was high ground, and sealed themselves inside of it. Realizing that they'll never survive in there for long enough for the waters to recede, they decided instead to preserve their knowledge and experiences for future wisdom.
A blood time capsule.
They sacrificed themselves, pouring all of their blood into the great reservoir underneath the tower, leaving only Relevine and Ogier behind. Eventually, one of the Children of the Night ended up making his way to the tower, taking the name Javert and becoming the caretaker of both Ogier and Relevine.
Yep, we got that.
That brings us to the present day, where the Foundation arrived and began utilizing Javert's ability to communicate through dreams in order to speak to Relevine, asleep on the throne. Relevine, with the aid of the machine, was able to bring forth the memories of any Davite citizen and show them through Javert to the Foundation.
Yep, so they got an account of history from the various characters and heroes from back then, and stories and wars, and etc., etc.
This meant that the Foundation and their Department of Anti-deluvian Research, once forced to mostly pick through scraps of history that they managed to find about the era, now got access to first-hand accounts from people living during that time.
Yep.
The problem was that all of this activity regarding both blood and memories caused the rotting corpse of the Scarlet King, the Lord of Memories and King of Blood, to stir and rage in its tomb. This created a sort of pressure on Relevine, and left unchecked, not only would Relevine and the throne be rendered unusable, but far worse things could have occurred. The Foundation went down, underneath the tower, to the tomb itself.
You have to investigate it.
What seems to have occurred here is that Ogier and all of the agents were brought into a memory featuring the Scarlet King, although there seems to have been an actual physical component to the dream, as their cameras captured footage of it.
Interesting.
Here, the Scarlet King attempted to pull all the blood in the reservoir into itself, which would have likely greatly empowered it, but was stopped by Ogier. Ogier tried to use his own thaumaturgy to prevent this, but failed, so instead resorted to fully unleashing his demon side, managing to separate it from his human side in an unprecedented way. In short, a sort of kaiju battle ensued, although the demon Ogier easily defeated the Scarlet King, or at least his rotting corpse,
reprisoned,
and then
So, yeah, I mean, I had a thought, and then he started saying something, and I've lost the thought. Yeah, I don't know, maybe it'll come back to me.
He sealed the tomb. Now, both the human Ogier and the demon Ogier...
Oh, yeah, it was just saying, again, like, you know, it's interesting that the curse that was brought upon him is what is essentially now also what saved them. And the fact that I don't know if it was through the magic of, you know, Assem that he was able to tap into that, or if it was because of the ritual that Relevin had that allowed him to gain control over the demon, and he was then able to, you know, release it fully, but still be in control of it, that allowed him to do that. But it's just interesting that his curse became, you know, his greatest weapon against this and our salvation.
Here stand watch to ensure that it doesn't escape again. That brings us to the final addendum to the document, the conversation between Lancaster and 051. I mentioned before that 051 was revealed here to be Calvin Lucian, the protagonist of The Way It Ends, a section of the Ouroboros cycle. In The Way It Ends, Calvin Lucian, a Chaos Insurgency agent, leads a mission to assassinate the entire O5 Council, believing them to be corrupt and causing more damage to reality than they are protecting. In the end, he discovers that the administrator of the Foundation is in fact an entity that represents both the Foundation's goals and their place in the story of the universe. It is an entity that exists to further the original goal of the Foundation, the containment and study of anomalies, regardless of the cost. Calvin decides to take over the job of 051 from the assassinated predecessor in order to remain as a barrier between the administrator and the outside world.
Yep.
And to try to come up with a way of stopping the administrator once and for all. After becoming 051, his former sworn ally within the Chaos Insurgency, Adam Ivanov, became the leader of that group, and swore that he would bring an end to both Calvin and the Foundation.
Yeah, hence the cycle.
This brings us to the addendum at the end of SCP-6666, in which Calvin brings up the SCP-1000 file, which covers the Children of the Night. The SCP-1000 file paints a very different picture of the Children of the Night compared to what we've learned through Project Paragon.
Which is that they were an advanced technological race that were destroyed in some event that had to do with the fairy. The Day of Flowers, I believe is what, it's called. And that there might be some kind of entity that wants to release them and bring them back. They have apologized, said they're sorry. And they want to return, essentially. Something like that.
So he addresses the discrepancies. The SCP-1000 file was originally written by Tilda Moose in 1956, but not only does it predate the first recorded Bigfoot sighting by 2 years, Tilda Moose wasn't even alive in 1956. We know now that the Children of the Night were by and large a hostile, dangerous species, one that enslaved humans en masse as they require humanity in order to communicate with one another.
Each other, yeah.
Calvin asks who do they know would be interested in the Foundation letting the Children of the Night back into society, or in other words, tricking the Foundation into bringing back a hostile species.
Right, so is this Javert?
The answer then is Adam Ivanov and the Chaos Insurgency.
Okay.
Finally, we have the Department of Abnormalities. I have a whole video about this concept if you're interested, but essentially it's a predecessor to the Foundation, one that contained some very interesting things. Eventually, for whatever
of which seems Adam LSM could be one of them, and his crown.
reason, the department became obsolete, and it was swept from the record so completely that most people have no idea it ever even existed.
See, I wonder if it's a situation where that is what happened, where it became obsolete, or they want it to look that way and it was swept away, but they're actually still active and they're just dealing with even greater threats, That's kind of, I don't know if that's just what my, I guess, headcanon is. That's what I suspect. And I suspect, maybe I'm wrong, but I suspect that he plans, DJ Cactus plans to maybe elaborate on them further, maybe in future stories. I don't know, but I guess we'll see.
And now the Foundation is occasionally rediscovering elements that it contained. The main SCP associated with the Department of Abnormalities is SCP-3790, a structure located in London, largely underground. The structure consists of a series of cells on each level, containing a wide variety of anomalies, including anomalies from the Anti-deluvian era.
Right.
One of these is Apollon's crown,
Yep.
the one once worn by Adam El Assem. But the really interesting part is the 7th level. The elevator mechanism has been modified to no longer access this floor, and no more information about it has been available. This structure has been quiet since its
I think other than the O5 Council, right? I think anyone from the O5 Council is able to still access it.
discovery. A dead and obsolete storage site that no one knows about and no one cares about, left to sit for eternity. That's why it troubles Calvin so much that Project Paragon's activity at SCP-6765 has caused something to stir at the site. Something that should not have stirred. While we have suspected for a while what is contained on the 7th level of SCP-3790, we can now say for certain it's Adam El-Assem himself, still alive to this day. We know this for several reasons, one being that at the end of SCP-6666, Calvin says that they'll have to make a decision soon to go down to the 7th floor and talk to him. We know that Adam El-Assem was once apparently contained inside of Titania's prison, SCP-2932, but eventually the cell was opened and found to be empty, with the warden refusing to acknowledge its emptiness or even approach the cell. Finally, Calvin recently went to Seth in the city of Autopapadopolis and asked him about his father, Adam. He admits to Seth that they know where his father is, and says that there is a man who once called him a friend, but now calls him his enemy. He knows about Assem and where he is, so they need Seth's help, along with his brothers, Cain and Abel. I don't know what's going to happen next in this storyline, but safe to say that it involves Adam El-Assem and the continued resurgence of the ancient past into the present.
And the Department
There's
of
a lot to juggle
Abnormalities.
here between Adam El-Assem and the various gods that were around during his time in Autopapadopolis, the Sky Kings of Europe and their wars, and the primeval demons and the great profanities that are still around today. Needless to say, it's one of, if not the most ambitious storyline in SCP history.
Very much so.
And no matter what happens, the journey has been a hell of a ride.
For sure. For sure. I assume we're not going to get a quote because we didn't get one for the other one. Yeah, okay. All right, well, I mean, he kind of really went over a summary of everything so far. So there's not really, a point in re-summarizing everything, but it's just, what a great story, you know what I mean? Like, just the world building and the lore and the whole idea of this, ancient story and ancient world being lost to time, and tying in with, real biblical ideas, with the flood of Noah and Adam, etc. And also, the story of what happened here with the Scarlet King and yada yada, and seemingly foreshadowing that Adam El-Assem's gonna return. He could be the next big bad, or he could be overall a potential big bad that he is just going to release and set up things further with. Seemingly we're also going to get more into Cain, Abel, and Seth. Hopefully we'll also lead into more information about what actually is Eden and the Garden of Eden, etc., etc. And the idea of I would assume we're also going to potentially get stories and more connections with Meccan and Yaldabaoth and some of these other gods as we go along, and potentially some of the other like Scarlet King's kids, 682, etc., etc. But I mean, just like, what a great story. What really, like, just the world building, the lore, the interconnectivity of things. Yeah, it's just a very, very ambitious story and setting, tying everything together. And again, like, it would be something that I would love to see translated into a TV show, an anime, or a movie series. I think for all of the information and the characters they have, some kind of either live action show or an anime series, something that they could that could be done in a longer format instead of just like a movie, or a trilogy of movies would be a better format for it. But who knows what could happen in the future with some of the stuff. But it would be awesome to see. It'd be awesome to see. And I very much look forward to seeing, what's going to happen with more. Like I said, it looks like he's got some foreshadowing with more stuff with the Department of Abnormalities, potentially. leading into some more lore with them. I still, like I said, wonder if it's a situation where this really is a defunct part of the SCP Foundation, or if it's actually something that's still running and it's just so secret. Because I remember in the video that even the O5 Council, like, they have knowledge of it, but they don't talk about it. It just, to me, it was kind of an implication of, like, there's something even above the O5 Council that the Department of Abnormalities, you know, that's where they are. Like, it's a situation where it gave me the impression or feeling that there are things going on even greater that the Department of Abnormalities is having to deal with, you know, and so, like, they're so secretive that they've essentially erased themselves from history because of the stuff they have to deal with. And so, like, what the SCP is now is kind of, I guess, more of the face or forefront of dealing with normal, whatever you want to call it, anomalies. And then, like, the super insane crazy stuff, like having Adam LSM and his crown and a lot of these things trapped, you know, in their facilities. That's kind of the stuff that the Department of Abnormalities has to deal with. So that's just my speculation. I wonder if that is where he's going to go with that. But again, you know, there's still stuff with Meccan and the Church of the Broken God. There's still, you know, potential stuff with the Aldebaoth and the Sarkics that he can get into, and, you know, those histories and lores. And I would love to see him get into those and get into more of the stories of the wars that happened with them and how they tie in with the Davites and all kinds of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see if he continues to expand more on his universe here. But that is a wrap for his stuff for now. I mean, this, like I said, great story, great world building, great lore. And, you know, I look forward to hopefully seeing where he goes in the future with it. But that was SCP-6765, the Demon Ogier, and the Bleeding Throne of Malidraug. That was part 2. We already did part 1 earlier, and like I said, I'm going to release this as one video. So links will be down below in the description to the original video, without my commentary and reaction, and to the Exploring Series channel. Please do me a favor, if you enjoyed going through this video, go over there and give it a like. If you enjoy the Exploring Series content, and you're not already subscribed to him, please do me a favor, going over there and give him a sub. He makes a lot of wonderful content for the SCP universe as others. I mean, you know, going through with the Ouroboros cycle, that video was, you know, 3 hours and 20 minutes long. This one was about the same length. So I mean, and he's got a ton of other content in the SCP universe and others, so definitely deserves love. Please go over there and sub to him. If you would like to come and join us and join our discussions when we do these reactions live, we'd love to have you guys come in and hang out and join our discussions. There is a join button underneath the video, as well as the link in the description to the original video. Or there is, my brain is just still processing everything, but there is a link to the YouTube membership benefits and the tiers, as well as the join button. You can click it and see if any of those membership benefits and the various tiers have any interest for you. You can get early access to videos. You can get requests or priority in any kind of reaction requests you might have. There's a sub Discord channel. There's a Discord that's open to everyone if you want to join that, just to join it in general. But if you want to get access to some sub channels, you can get that as well. So just take a look at that and see if any of that has any interest for you, if you decide you want to take your support to the channel to the next level. But thank you guys very much for watching this. I know it's a long one. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you watch this. If you enjoyed this video, consider leaving a like and a sub, as it helps me and the channel grow. And yeah, I hope you have yourselves a wonderful day. Thank you guys very much for watching. We'll see you on the next one.